Very good morning, everyone, and welcome to the English Institute of Sport, Sheffield, for the Nations Para Badminton International 2023. We're into level 1 events of the BWF World Circuit. This tournament is being delivered by Badminton England with the generous support from UK Sport, Sheffield City Council, Sheffield City Trust, Yonex, and the Badminton World Federation. And of course, events such as this are only possible because of the many incredible volunteers. So our sincere thanks go to each and every one of them who've made this event this week such a success. But for now, enjoy this incredible display of para badminton. Take your seats. The action is underway shortly. This is the Four Nations Para Badminton International Finals Day, heading on to court number 2. Our technical officials, led by umpire Peggy Cherchon of France and Miraj Gulmadri of Mauritius. It's the mixed doubles SL3 SU1 final, featuring India's Pramod Bhagat and Anisha Ramadas. And the number 2 teams from Indonesia, Hikmat Ramdhani and Himani Ratri Antila. Heading on to court number 3, led by...
You find us inside the English Institute of Sport, Sheffield, England, a city that played a crucial part in the Industrial Revolution during the 17 and 1800s, now plays an important part this week in the evolution of the BWF Para calendar. By hosting the Four Nations Para Badminton International 2023, our multi-sport venue opened 20 years ago and is now the comfortable home and the national training centre for the Team GB Para Badminton squad. And this week, this Grade 2 Level 1 tournament hosted by Badminton England. We've got 5 matches live for you here on court number 1, the standing court for finals day here in Sheffield. We'll begin shortly with the SH6 mixed doubles, which features the world number 1 Indonesians Suban and Marlena versus home favourites Jack Shepherd and Rachel Chung, who should be promoted to the world number 2 pair after this week. I'm pleased to say I've got Katie Hall with me in the commentary box for most of the day today. BWF tutor of Para Badminton in the development team and trustee of the Anders Disability Badminton charity, still coaching and former national head coach for Scotland. Katie, you walked in this morning, you looked at this arena. I've known you for many years, about 10 years now. What is it like just to see something like this event compared to when we started Para Badminton all those years ago?
It's incredible, and to have such a high quality tournament in the UK and to have that relationship between all 4 nations is something really special. And this setup here, Sheffield, I remember playing here as a kid, playing tournaments here, and the setup they've done such a good job. It looks so professional, and the athletes, I think, have really, really appreciated how good this looks, and the feel of the hall and the home crowd. It's going to be a good day.
Well, I really hope so. It's been a good day most of the week so far. There's some terrific action, and like you say, perfect playing conditions here in Sheffield. Typically this is our netball hall. It's not used for badminton all that often, but what a job they've done. We look at Jack Shepherd warming up. 2 times world champion in men's singles, obviously now playing with Rachel Chung on the GB programme, the England players, and Rachel Chung, such an experienced para badminton player herself, 10 world gold medals across different disciplines. But today they're up against this Indonesian pair, world champions from last year in Japan 2022, and they haven't lost a game since. It's going to be a really tough ask for them.
It's going to be tough, but I think the game, I'm really excited to watch this game. I think both pairs, I know Rachel and Jack have been working really hard and are playing full time here at Sheffield, and you know, I think it's going to be an interesting mix for those that watch, you know, able-bodied badminton. You'll see kind of the traditional setup of a mixed court, and the Indonesians play slightly differently. They play more of a level doubles, and we'll see how that fares against the more traditional mixed pair of Jack and Rachel.
So the Indonesian pair on serve on the right, the female Rina Marlina, 30 years of age. Her partner Suban, who's 29.
Oh, great atmosphere.
Yeah, it's hard to see exactly from where we're sat, but most of the crowd below us, underneath this main camera view. Well, the English really targeting Rina Marlina at the moment. That's the thing, isn't it? Like you mentioned, they've got a different style. They play almost a level doubles kind of style, the Indonesians.
Yeah, and you've seen in that first rally there, they're really trying to take Suban out of the game and really move Rina around the court and open up those spaces. And first time he's been involved in the game there, Suban, but yeah, nice anticipation there from Rachel, playing deep into that backhand corner and moving forward, taking that early net.
Chatting with the guys over the last few days, I think that's their big tactic here is the Indonesians, they're so strong in the rear court, they're great in the mid court too. Twisting in them, turning them, that's going to be the real challenge for the English pair. We've got James Boxall and Richard Morris in the coaching corner. James on the left. And I think equally they're already so proud of this British team here this week. We've had some great performances and we've got a few more on this court live today as well across the different disciplines. Yeah, it's a good day for the English team for sure. Dan Bethel coming up, and obviously Kristen winning a tough semi-final yesterday, kind of at the last match on this court. That'll be a very exciting game. Looking forward to that. Loose serve from Rach, and Judy punished by Suban. Pretty even start so far, 3-all. Jack just trying to read the shuttle there and just jumped the wrong way. So what are your thoughts, Katie? What are your feelings on where the sport's come from? I mean, I started in this sport in 2010. I think you were already coaching with the Scottish team at that time. Yeah. I started kind of volunteering and supporting with the Scottish team back 2010, and really got into international and national coaching around 2012. And it's the growth of the game is in such a short space of time is great. I've got no words for it. It really has it changed so much. The professionalism, the setup, and very nice shot there from Suban. Early backhand deep into the corner from that loose block. Got to be careful here, the English, to try and get the shuttle going down. That's better from Rachel. Yeah. Rack it up early at the net, nice and simple. Well, there's an example of those racket skills of Rina Marlina. They're both so talented, the Indonesians.
Yeah, she just spotted the gap there. Saw both English players on the one side, and nice cross-court attacking shot. Oh, great deception there from Jack. Big jump, looked like he was going to hit it hard. Took the pace right off the shuttle.
Yeah, he's got some skills. Jack Shepherd. Great serve. Shepherd having to work hard. That's more like it.
Oh, good shot there by Rina, taking that shuttle really early. The English pair are really trying here to not hit hard, because the Indonesians are going to hit it just as hard back at them. And taking the pace off the shuttle is great, but they're starting to read it a little bit now.
Yeah, I think Jack really hoped Rach would step forward on that previous rally. That's the challenge they've got, to stay in that mixed formation, and Rachel's going to have to be so active. That's better,
nice.
Rach. Brilliant.
Nice, very good. Deep into the backhand. Jack knows that he's not getting anything too difficult back here. Steps up. Nice attacking shot at the net. Really good.
Tell you what, they've been so impressive this week, Rachel and Jack. We've got the Olympic champion in singles, Kristina Nagar, now playing with a very experienced mixed doubles partner from India. We really thought it would be that pair coming through to this final, to be honest, but the English destroyed them earlier in the week. We've got the young Thai boy, Michai. I think he's now 16, but probably the most talented player in SH6 I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And again, the English just took full control. And they've really got their tactics down at the moment. And just to keep up against this Indonesian pair is impressive. Bad luck. They're pretty solid in attack. Rina Marlina, she's not one to be challenged in the mid to rear court. She's happy to just play with power and pace, and she's got such great shot quality as well. Yeah, no,
both Indonesians hit pretty hard, and you can really see the difference in the tactics that both teams are going for. Just missed the line there.
Well, it's been a great start for the English. 10-all on the scoreboard. Well left, Rachel. Well, we head into the interval with the English pair, Jack and Rachel, with a 1-point advantage. Terrific start.
Yeah, no, they've really taken this game. They're coming in arguably the underdogs, playing against the world champions, and you know, they've started really strong, really trying to use the tactics of not giving the Indonesians much to play with, you know, hitting a bit more softer, hitting into the corners, getting some clears right into those back deep boxes, opening up the space, trying to put them under pressure in the rear court, stepping forward and just taking the pace off, and when they can, attacking at the net. And what they don't want to do is get into a hard game with the Indonesians, because as we've seen, their skills, the racket skills, the power, they'll struggle to win the rallies if they start on that. So yeah, hopefully both the English coaches are, you know, telling them to keep going.
Yeah, they look pretty relaxed at that interval, the Indonesians, not phased. Equally, Boxy on his knees chatting with Rachel. She's the key for me today. If she can take control and keep the shuttle going down, they've got a great chance.
Indonesians really pinning it on Rachel here, trying to get her moving, trying to catch her off guard a little bit.
She's coping well, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. She's doing really well and trying to keep Jack out of the game as much as possible.
Yes,
Nice,
Rachel,
nice.
That's a terrific rally.
Really good. She just stepped forward, dragged it up, took the pace off. Both Indonesians too far back in the court. Very good rally. High quality badminton.
Oh, another perfect serve from Rachel Chung. That's 2 aces on the back line.
This is great momentum. There's always a fear at 11-10 when you come in that the arguably again stronger Indonesian pair might take the first few points, but they've come into this first few points arguably are quite hard to keep that momentum going, but both players, all four, looking really pumped up for this match.
A couple of unforced from the English pair. They've got to settle here and keep hold of this lead. 12-13. That's a shame. Bit of confusion amongst the Indonesians, so we couldn't take advantage. I say we. I'm so biased.
Yeah, I need to keep you in check.
It's a good return of serve.
Again, just using those deep corners and getting the shuttle, especially off of return of serve, into the deep corners, putting the Indonesians under a little bit of pressure and forcing those errors. Lovely cross net there. Great anticipation there from Rina, stepping forward, attacking at the net.
Yeah, some great work from Subban there. Setting up his partner. Tough for Rachel to keep up. Well, that's an example of the rally they don't want to get into, that drive sort of rally. The Indonesians have got a lot of power and can turn the shuttle into the open spaces quite easily, can't they?
Yeah. Oh. Just caught by the tape there, but we could see what he was trying to do, bring Rachel in and really open up the rear court, put them under some pressure.
Got to hold it together on serve as a couple. A few signs of nerves out there.
Yeah, they've just started to get back into sort of harder game, trying to hit hard and keep up the pace with the Indonesians, and that's been the change. They're down 2 points at the moment.
Great backhand from Subban. He was in trouble there and took Rachel out of the game for a second. That's another terrific rally. What a net shot from Subban. That was terrific. Great touch.
Yeah, the English pair looking a little bit nervous. Again, it's not easy to start 11-10 up and 3 points down now. So they just need to stick to their tactics, start getting the Indonesians back into these deep corners, exactly like Jack did there, and force a weaker shot to come in and take advantage, or force an error.
Perfect placement from Shepherd. They're hanging on here in this opening game.
Yeah, nice there from Rachel. Cross block, follow it in, putting Rena under a little bit of pressure to play something good and forcing the error. Right idea, pushed him right deep into that forehand corner and just hesitated in stepping forward. He could have stepped forward, took the shot a little bit earlier. Again, cross block, follow it in. She's trying to take the net really early, and again you see another mistake from Rena because she's worried. She's seen Rachel running in, she's thinking I need to hit it tight or I need to do something special here, and has made an error.
Well, that's a really good sign for the English. It's something that Rachel's really been working on hard in training, and if she's beginning to intimidate her opponents by her net play, then that's brilliant for the chances for this English pair. Good touch again, but the cross lift puts Shepherd on the backhand. Shepherd's got to help. Too easy. Well played, the Indonesians. Found some space there.
Yeah, they're just trying to hit. Again, a little bit harder, catch them off guard, forcing Jack to come in with a dive.
Nervous times now, 2019 on the scoreboard. Game point to the Indonesians. A quick break to settle the nerves. And a lot riding on this opening game.
Oh, caught by a net cord. That's very unlucky, but you know, these things happen in badminton. You get a lucky net cord here and there, but at 2019 that's got to hurt a little bit.
Well, a tough opener, and the English pair have really got to dig deep now and try and take this one to 3 somehow. Coaching staff, Richard Morris on the left, James Boxall with Jack.
They've got to be, I've got to be happy with that first set though. I know they'll be going into this set trying to reset, forget that it was close, forget that the last point was a net cord, which can sometimes play on, players' minds, but they have to come into this one, reset. They've just played a really good high quality game of mixed doubles against the Indonesian pair who are looking quite calm now. I think both players always have quite a calm demeanour about them. They don't give much away, and they'll be coming into this match, I think, really from the get-go, fast pace and just trying to catch them off.
So for those just tuning in, what we're looking at here at the Four Nations Para Badminton International 2023 here in Sheffield, England, SH6 mixed doubles final, and I didn't really have a chance at the beginning of the match to introduce it properly, but the SH6 category in para badminton is for players who are short in stature due to a genetic condition, quite often referred to as congenital dwarfism. You can see the difference as we look now at Rachel and Jack. Jack's got achondroplasia. Rachel's actually got a very, very rare, that just goes wide, a very rare form of dwarfism. Only 200, I think, people in the whole world with Rachel's particular type of dwarfism. And later on today we'll see the men's singles final here on this court with Kristen Coombs, who, similar to Jack's, got achondroplasia, and his opponent, again, very different. And the different types often produce different playing styles and strengths and weaknesses. It's very interesting how that all works. Just like you said, Katie, they're coming out all guns blazing in the seconds.
I think their tactic here will just be to really come out and attack everything, get the English pair on there we go again, just attacking everything. They know that eventually it will break, their defence will break down. What the English pair need to be careful of is giving them short lifts and getting into those harder rallies. They need to start going back to what they did really well in the first set, taking the pace off the shuttle, pushing it into the back corners and getting the Indonesian pair on the back foot. Yeah.
Just wide again. Terrific start to game 2 for the Indonesians, and you're absolutely right. Jack and Rachel's task here is to try and get the attack somehow.
Nice return there.
Yeah, terrific.
Very good attack there, right down the middle. And you can see the difference when Rina's on the shuttle. She's hitting a lot of clears, trying to push Rachel to the back, open up the front court, making Jack feel like he needs to cover more of the court to create spaces for the Indonesians. And the second Subhan's on the shuttle, he's attacking. Oh.
Off the frame, but it's worked. And let's not forget, I mean, this pair, they're world number 1, they're world champions.
There's a reason for that,
They haven't actually lost a single match since Dubai 22, which is well before the World Championships. Every time they play, they've beaten everyone in their category.
I think they have it really well worked out. Like I say, with Rina, very skillful player, can really move the shuttle around the court, open up the spaces, put her opponents under pressure, get the lift up for Subhan, very nice return of serve there from Jack. But yeah, getting the short lift for Subhan, and he's up in the air attacking, and he can hit hard for one, but also in accurate spots in the court.
That's better. Rachel's got to hold net there.
Yeah, I think the English pair need to start creating opportunities to play soft. Everything at the moment is they're just under pressure on the back foot, lifting it to the rear court. Their opportunity, would a net shot been better than a lift? Probably. They would have got Subhan coming in, open up the rear court, move Rina about. Need to start playing more onto the net, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're very capable players. Rachel and Jack are terrific with their rackets too, but it's just a case of being able to be brave. And that's the hard part. When the pressure's on, you're in a final. They're at home, at the home venue, and this is where they train day in, day out. It's their national training centre, friends and family in the crowd. The pressure has probably never been higher than at a World Champs or an Olympic Games,
Really well played by Subhan there. That first return of serve deep into Jack's forehand side, putting him under pressure, and Subhan's just stepping up. Really good play.
So, a big ask for Rachel and Jack. We saw in the first, though, it was possible they could maintain a score against this Indonesian pair. They've just got to get those tactics right, and they've got to be positive and brave.
And just settle, relax a little bit. You've just said there, this is probably one of the most high pressure games that they will play or have played, because it's a home arena. They train here every day, like you say, and I feel like they maybe feel that, and they need to try. It's very easy to say and hard to do, but to try and let that go and just think they could be anywhere,
A few England teammates looking on. Bottom right there, Robert Donald, Emma Stoner sat next. She's on they're both on the England junior pathway. up and coming para players. There was Owen Kilburn from Wheelchair One sat there as well. That's just a terrific shot.
Yeah.
He's got options there, and the shuttle's going up to him, which gives him those options. They've got to be positive, and they've got to get the shuttle below the tape of the net.
Unlucky. See there though, Jack came in. I think that's maybe one of the first net shots he's played this set. Immediately, Rina's lifting it up and giving the English pair a chance to attack. It's just unfortunate that Rachel's idea was great, just didn't come off. Nice drop. Yeah, well
that's
done.
better. Well placed, the smash from Jack. Yeah, you see him working hard. The Indonesian pair just seem to have that. Oh, just wide. It would have been a terrific cross net.
Yeah, that's unlucky.
I was going to say the Indonesians just seem to have that initial defensive shot to get themselves out of trouble. The moment the English do get them on the defensive, they turn it. They've got the power in the wrist, and they're just back on attack straight away. Well, we're playing with fine margins here. Both of those last previous rallies out by millimetres.
Technical officials led by umpire Cornelia Schroeder of Germany, and service judge from the United States of America. Getting you is the men's singles SL4 final, featuring the number 1 seed from France, Luca Massoud.
Yeah, good movement in from Rina. 2 clears, then moves straight in. Oh, great shot, Subban. That was very well
terrific,
placed in the box.
Yeah. Shepherd left grounded, that cross clear. 15-3 the score. It's all going the Indonesian way. 16-3 now, in fact.
What we've seen at the start of the match, we spoke about, you know, the Indonesian players, even the way they're standing now isn't what you would say a traditional mixed standing. You'll see Jack's about to serve and Rachel standing in front of him. But what we've seen more on this game here is that Rina's playing those 2 clears and then coming in. She wants Subban at the back. She wants him hitting hard. And that is more traditional mix, you know. And it's working to their advantage. They're up 16-5.
And I think their benefit, I mean, is she is so strong, Rina Marlina.
Yeah.
She's perfectly happy in the rear court as well as the forecourt. And it just gives that added option which other pairs in the world don't seem to have.
Yeah.
Oh, indecision from Rach. It was on the back line, it was staying in. So difficult to cope with this pressure. Well, there's the power. Rina's deep in the rear court, but that punch clear really caused Rachel problems.
She's really trying to push the shuttle to the back of the court or play those really nice tight drop shots and then step in. And you saw in the last rally, clear drop, and she's slowly moving forward because she knows she's getting a weaker overhead. Oh, really making them work for it here. He's running about.
Oh, brilliant.
With Subban running right to left. Really good attacking play.
Well, it's a long road back for Shepherd and Chung. 19-6 and we need a lot more rallies like that right now.
Another net cord.
Well, the perfect return of serve, and Subban on serve now at match point, and for this Four Nations mixed doubles title in the SH6 category. Shepherd and Chung staying relaxed, but they're on the defensive.
Oh,
Wonderful.
Nice, well done. Really good rally there, and to be, 26 down and stay really composed in the rally, just very good there. Found the open space.
Yeah, it's a sign of their professionalism. I mean, these guys now are elite athletes. They're used to this kind of pressure. The comeback is not impossible, but there's quite a few points difference on the scoreboard. So still match point.
Oh,
Cross net winner from
cross net.
Subban. Great
Very
touch.
well played there.
Yeah.
Pushed that return of serve deep into the back corner. Stepped forward. Lovely cross net. Very lovely shot to finish the game off.
And that's nice. The handshakes, a terrific effort, particularly in the opening game for Jack Shepherd and Rachel Chung, but the reigning world champions, Subban and Rina Marlina, showing their class once again, undefeated now since the Dubai 2022 tournaments. That's all the way back in the spring of last year. Brilliant from them.
Yeah, brilliant game, and I think the English pair might have scared them in the first set, and they've just stepped up. They started the second set, really, really well. The Indonesians were up, 8-love, 7-love, and just went into that second set and thought, we're going to step it up. We don't want a game that close again. And I think the English pair should be really proud of what they've done today, and take away that first set and take away the second set, go, analyse it, reset, try and get them at the next one.
Yeah, terrific week nonetheless for them. They've put in some great performances. A straight games defeat in the final today. But I'll tell you what, they will go home proud. The coaches will be pleased, and a silver medal for Jack Shepherd and Rachel Chung. So plenty more badminton to come at the Four Nations Para Badminton International. We've got women's singles in the SL3 category coming up in a few moments.
This is the Four Nations Para Badminton International. Please welcome our technical officials, led by umpire Laura Rossi of Scotland, service judge Maria Velas of Spain, heading on to it's the women's singles SL3 final. Featuring Indonesia's Sayapuro Monica Tiara. Their opponent from Turkey, Halime Yildiz.
Championships in Japan last year, where Oksana Koznia, the Ukrainian, came through. That was magical moments. Did you see any of that, Katie?
I just got goosebumps thinking about it. It was such a good game, and we talked earlier about the growth of para badminton, and one of the biggest growths from people, you know, who've been around for many years, is in the SL3 women's singles. It was virtually non-existent 10 years ago, and when the players that were playing, it was a big difference between SL3 men's and women's. And I think now this is one of the most exciting developments, SL3 women and SH6 women as well, because the quality of badminton is just getting that much closer to the men's game, which typically, 5 years ago, there was a huge difference, and we're going to see a quality game today. I'm excited.
And we've got the inclusion in the Paralympics to thank for that, and therefore the BWF have put so much into development. The member associations are working hard to find and support and create these players. And like you say, 5-10 years ago we had just a couple of SL3 women even competing.
Yeah.
And the standard wasn't perhaps as certainly as strong as we're going to watch here today, but it just keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, it's really exciting, and the inclusion in Paris has really boosted it as well. We get inclusion just in the Paralympics has done so much for the sport already, and to have more classes represented at Paris has again just leveled up the sport. It's an exciting time.
So SL3, we're looking at players with impairment in one or in both of their lower limbs. Typically they've got poor walking and running balance, and crucially for this matches are played on half a court, so half the width of a standard singles court. So, Yildiz from Turkey, in blue at the bottom of your screen. She's getting the match going with the opening serve. So half a court, Katie. The serve in the tram lines is out. Is that right?
Yes. Yep. So they serve just in the narrow court. Side tram lines is out, and they play right to the front of the court. So it's the full half court back line to the net.
So as soon as the serve is straight away after the serve, the rest of that half court is in. The tram lines down the side are now in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice drop. Very, very nice. Took the pace off it.
I was watching her play earlier in the week. She's so deceptive. Perfect serve as well. So the back tram lines are in on serve. It's just the width that matters when the side tram lines are out until the rally gets underway. 2-2 the start.
Yeah, just wide.
She sent Yildiz the wrong way though, didn't she? She was still pushing forwards. Terrific deception. She's got a great racket.
That's one of the key things with another great slice there, and that's one of the key things with SL3 is you need a lot of deception. You need something a little bit special because you don't have the whole court. So having those really good racket skills, pushing, clip the line, managing to move your opponent about and putting that deception in is going to give you a little bit of a head of your opponent.
Well, for anyone out there that's played half court in training or warming up at club or whatever, it can be a real drawn out affair, a real long buster. We'll see the men's singles final after this one, and those guys are super fit. Yeah.
I think typically now your half court men's singles, SL3 men's singles, can be anything up to an hour and a half sometimes.
Easily, yep. Easily. We've seen matches go up to 2 hours actually. And it's brutal to watch, let alone to play. Oh, she's on fire here, the Indonesian.
good pick up at the net there.
And the great thing about para badminton is you just get to see an opportunity for players with a huge range of disabilities playing the sport. I mean, I can't comment on exactly what conditions these two have got, but you can see there's big differences.
Yeah, and I think that's a great thing about classification and how it's worked is we make the game as accessible as we can to everyone, and having the opportunity to, changing the rules where SL3 play only in a half court, it means that they can compete to a high level against each other, and they're not having to cover your typical badminton court, especially in singles. and doubles it's different. The rules are the same. Just gives everyone a chance to play and to compete and to play Paralympics.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to watch as well when you've got, this SL3 class, sport class. You quite often see a player with cerebral palsy playing against an amputee, or somebody with polio playing against a different level of cerebral palsy. So they're in different, it really is fascinating.
One of the most interesting things for me as a coach and having worked with a range of different players. Very good lift there. Got a little bit distracted from what I was saying. Is you get to be creative and you have to work with the athlete, and it's there's not a typical way of moving. There's not a typical way of the racket skills are the same, but the movement it's a good. As a coach, it's a good chance to work with the athlete and be creative and find out the most efficient way for them to move, to cover the court and to play to this level.
Well, it's the Indonesian with the control so far. As expected, really, given her CV, if you like, her list of achievements over the last 12 months or so. She's 11-4 up in this opening game in just 5 minutes. A great start for her.
Yeah, the Indonesian player, she's really using her racket skills, deception, and putting the Turkish player under a lot of pressure. And it's as simple as holding the shuttle at the net and then lifting it over her head, just putting her under pressure, making her step forward, thinking she can take the net early, and then hold and flick, and it's over her head.
So what could Yildiz do here to sort of combat that? I mean, that's tricky when your opponent's got better racket skills than you have.
I think she needs to take advantage of, even though we're in a half court and she's just did it there, take advantage of the corners of the court, get her move, there we go, back into that, round the head corner, into the forehand corner, get her moving into those corners and putting her under pressure on her movement.
So that she hasn't got time to use the racket skills so much.
Yeah, and there, exactly that. She's trying to use the corners now. She's trying to make her work that diagonal, going round the head, putting her under pressure, bringing her into the forehand corner. Even though it's half court, it's not just back and forward straight. You can still use the corners to your advantage. Yeah, nice. Did it again there, just putting her into the back, round the head box, putting her back into that box, and she's made the error. Yeah, you can see the last few rallies, the Turkish players is really pushing into that round the head corner and making the Indonesians' racket skills almost obsolete. Yep, diagonal.
Power too, hasn't she, the Indonesian? She can create a great length with a very short action. A real challenge for Halim Yildiz today.
I think Turkish player Halim, she's come out and she's trying to do all the right stuff, but what she needs to be careful of is that the Indonesian will start to read that, and she did that in the last rally. She played the punch clear into the round the head corner. Halim played the cross court drop shot, and the Indonesian read it, tight net, and Halim wasn't near it.
It's always a fascinating battle too, isn't it? It's the first time these two have actually met. And so the opening game is always a bit cagey. Well, not often a bit cagey. It doesn't seem so really today, particularly from the Indonesian perspective. She's letting her racket skills float.
I think we've not played anyone before. You can watch videos and analyse how they play, but you never know till you get on court, and you kind of have to spend a few points just working that out. And I think we've seen that from Halim in the first half, just trying to work it out. And now she's got a couple of tactics that she's won a few points on. She's got to be careful of that exact thing there, trying to hit the lines and put her under pressure, and she's just a couple of times just hit it wide.
Yeah, the last couple of points, she's done that twice, hasn't she? And that's the danger, isn't it? When you're hunting those corners, especially on a half court, it's a narrow court, the room for error, the margin for error goes up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I seem to recall you were quite a fan of playing half-court singles, Katie.
Yeah. Because I didn't like playing full-court singles. I'm a doubles player and a half-court player. Yeah, I used to like a good battle on a half-court.
I think you and I might have played a couple of times back in the day.
Yeah. I wouldn't play you full-court, though. Just see the difference in the power you were talking about earlier. That was a lovely shot there from Halim, just trying to bring the Indonesian player forward, but you can see the difference in the power. The Indonesian players able to create power from kind of all different angles in the court, and Halim's just lacking a little bit of that power. It's given, nice net, nice early net. And it's so important in a half-court game to be nice and early on that net. It really puts your opponent under pressure.
So racket skills on show, but also the speed of movement, surprising speed of movement for me from Ikhtiar. The disability alone, you can see it, it's very visible. Her ability to cover the court is tremendous. Yeah,
and I think that's, like I was saying earlier, one of the most interesting things as a coach is working with the athlete, because they know their bodies best, they know how they can move best and what's most efficient for them, and taking the traditional movement of badminton, flipping it on its head, and seeing what works best for you and how can you move efficiently. And she can, she's lived with this her entire life. She knows how best to move, and it's really interesting as a coach to work with athletes of kind of varying levels of ability.
So 1 game to love. The score, Sayakuro Ikhtiar with a healthy lead in the opening game. The game scored 21-8, and the Turkish Halim Yildiz with a mountain to climb now in this final. Well, she's composing herself for the second game. A healthy advantage already for Sayakuro. And the change of ends. And Katie, you're a BWF tutor specifically in para badminton?
Yes, mainly in para badminton.
So what does that involve? I mean, what do you get to sort of see happening around the world?
Yes, it's been tutoring now for 9 years, I think, for BWF, and now we have a really good education structure where we'll do a project in a country or a region, and we get to work with coaches that maybe some have some experience of para badminton, some have none, and it's not just para badminton. We cover all disability badminton as well, and we get to work with these coaches, educate them on para badminton, on disability badminton, and working with new players as well. And I've had some really amazing opportunities. We did a few kind of highlights. We did a few projects in Uganda, and we had 8 coaches and 40 players there for a players camp, and they all get classified for the tournament. And it's BWF are really doing, and Badminton Europe, all continental and confederations are really doing a lot of work to boost the sport. And like I say, I've been very lucky to do work Badminton Europe, Badminton Pan Am, BWF. It's Badminton Africa. It's been very special. It's given me a lot of opportunities.
And numbers have grown significantly, haven't they?
Yeah.
In the sort of, I mean, I've been involved since 2010, and you're on the same sort of time, but the numbers we're getting at some of these tournaments now are just through the roof.
Well, even you see the structure back when you started playing, and when I started getting involved, there was one level of international, and everyone played that level. And now we've got 3 grades, and here's a grade 2 level 1 tournament. We've grade 2 level 2, grade 2 level 3, and it's given more players opportunities and to play at the highest level, but also to have that secondary level of new players coming in and not necessarily coming in and playing against these 2 women here straight on the first game. That it's levelling out the playing field a little bit.
Players that need somewhere to start, young players that will also appreciate the social side of the sport and need encouragement and support and to understand what it takes to get to this level.
Yeah. It's a really good start from the Indonesian. She's really using her racket skills again, and Halim just doesn't have an answer for it at the moment.
So 9-love on the scoreboard. As you said, Katie, terrific for Sayakuro. And perfect playing conditions here in Sheffield. There's no drift in the arena. Nice high hall. It's not particularly fast hall. It's actually quite slow, and it makes for some of these longer rallies. But the players have had nothing but positive feedback, which is really nice.
First mistake there. William's just really trying to hit the corners and get them moving around the court and to try and create those errors. But when you've got someone who's got good movement and good skill, it can be tricky. So doing all the right stuff there, really trying to put her under pressure in the rear of the court, and she managed it, and then just an error out the side.
Well, she's a tough opponent, the Indonesian, and she's taking control of this second game as well. 11-1 on the score, and looking very much at this stage like she will become the Four Nations women's singles champion if things continue the way they're going. Coaching staff pretty relaxed, all smiles, and why not? She's putting in a great performance so far. And Katie, you're a trustee of the Anders Disability Badminton Charity as well. And
yes.
Is that based in Scotland, or is that UK-wide? Or
it's UK-wide. So there's myself and Gobi Ranganathan, who used to be a wheelchair athlete, and Lorraine Brady. We're all very passionate about para badminton, and it's we were lucky to get some money from the Anders Foundation to start this specific disability badminton charity, and it's UK-wide, and for young players we can give them grants to support them in their training. We want to support coaches and to help clubs become more inclusive, and we've got funding available there and different opportunities for people to get involved and for us to support.
Yes, terrific work all round, and the Anders Foundation have been just brilliant. They help support the UK Championships too over the years here, which has been hosted in Sheffield the last couple of times. It's moving to Scotland, in fact, this year. Yep. Which is great.
Getting prepared for our turn to run this tournament next year in June.
Yes, absolutely, and it'll stay a level 1. It won't be a qualifier for the Paralympic Games. That will have already finished, but of course it's so important for the top level players going to the games
Yeah,
to hold their world ranking and
yeah.
keep the seeding in the draws. So, yeah. Wonderful shot. She's got some skills.
And to create that kind of shot from the angle she was at there is just, it's really skillful. This is a good rally. Williams really keeping up.
And you can see Halim's a bit wary to play net, and that's the reason. The Indonesian's got too much racket skill and just holds her.
It's really tricky. She's trying to push her to the rear of the court and put her under pressure in the rear, but you're right, she is a little bit apprehensive to play soft in the net because she's been caught out a few times. That's a really good clear, trying to put the Indonesian under pressure, but as you can see, she's just missed that cross court slice and that cross court drop, and maybe 9 out of 10 times she'd hit it.
Just came short, but a wonderful looking shot again. She's playing with freedom as well, and it's nice to see how relaxed she can look in a final. It must mean so much to her, and yet she's just chilling out, hitting some shots.
Don't know if she's quite chilling out. I'm sure she's still feeling the pressure. She can just can cover it well.
Well, she keeps getting there time and time again. Sayakura, the Indonesian I'm talking about, this will be her 4th international title of the year, and that in itself is really impressive. She'll be climbing the rankings, and we're looking at potentially the top seed, I would argue at this stage, going into that Paralympic Games next year. I think she'll get there if she keeps going.
Yeah, for sure. And she really, both players here, no discredit to Halim at all, because she's in the final, and both players have really shown over the weekend in this final just the quality and the standard of SL3 women's singles that, like I say, wasn't here a few years ago, and it's I'm really proud of the women's game, of how far it's come.
Absolutely, and to see the SH6 females included in the next games, as well as the SL3 females. I mean, that just says a lot for where the sport's come from and where it's at right now. Match point, championship point for Sayakura Ikhtiar of Indonesia.
Oh,
what a pickup!
Great pickup there, yeah. And she's starting to read that now. So there's been a few times, if one of those things, if she'd done it a little bit earlier, maybe the score would be a little bit different, but she's pushing Sayakura into that round the head corner, and she's trying to hit that cross court drop, and Halim's read that one. She's starting to read it now. Might be a little bit too late in the game, but it's good learning for the next time that she plays her, for sure. Wide.
Halim Yildiz digging deep here. Despite the scoreboard, it's good to see the commitment to the plan and just keep going. At every point, every minute she spends on court against an opponent of this level is gaining experience, right?
Yeah, for sure. And she's just read that again. She stepped forward, read that drop shot, and played a nice tight net. And again, going into the next tournament, if she finds herself in this position again, I could almost guarantee you the score would be a little bit different. But let's not count her out yet. She's still commentator's curse, I think, there.
It's always the way. Terrific performance. I tell you what, the standard of SL3 females has never been this high.
No.
And it's been brilliant to watch today. Terrific for both. Halim Yildiz played her part. Good performance, and like you say, a big learning curve, and she'll take a lot from this going in. But what about this from Sayakuro, the Indonesian.
Yeah, great performance from both players, and I think, yeah, like you say, going forward, SL3 women's games only going to get so much better, and it's already at a high level, but it's going to be. We'll see the men's singles coming up next, and you'll see the difference, but you know it's going to be less visible, I think, in a few years.
Well, a straight games win for Sayakuro, the Indonesian, today. Katie, thank you so much for joining us. I know we'll see you or hear you again in a couple of matches' time. So thank you for that. We've got Morten Frost, who one or two people may have heard of, coming in to join me in the commentary box in a few moments for the next match. So that's a real privilege and an honour. So thank you, Katie.
This is the Nations Para Badminton International Finals Day. The action taking place this morning. Please welcome our technical officials.
Well, a big thanks to Katie Hall for joining me for the first two matches, and after that women's singles final, the Indonesian looking dominant and a real force for the future. We move now to the men's singles SL3 as England's Daniel Bethel and India's Pramod Bhagat make their way onto court. And just like the last match, SL3 describes players with impairment to one or both of their lower limbs, so it's standing lower 3. Typically poor walking and running balance, and just like the last match, matches are played on a half court. Well, whilst we'll witness the toss of the coin, which will determine the ends and also serve and receive, I've got the real honour of having former Danish hero of badminton with me and current England performance director Morten Frost with me today. So welcome, Morten. It's great to have you here.
Thank you very much. It's an honour. Really looking forward to it.
Morten, if you'd have had a disability, this for me would have been where you'd have been playing. Half court, long rallies, loads of stamina.
Yeah, lots of stamina and obviously an enormous amount of patience. It really takes a lot to kill it. So yes, we can expect a long match here, no doubt.
And we're looking currently at 27-year-old Daniel Bethel. He's from England, Paralympic silver medalist from Tokyo last year. This in fact a repeat of the Paralympic Games final, where Pramod Bhagat, his opponent, which we'll get to in a few moments, took the gold. Bhagat, also the reigning world champion. Daniel Bethel had to pull out of that tournament just a few weeks in with injury, which was a shame, but to protect Daniel for this run through to hopefully the Paris Games. You've seen Daniel play one or two times in training. He hasn't yet beaten Pramod Bhagat where it matters, but he massively leads in the head-to-head. He's been on great form this year.
Yeah, I'm having the great pleasure of going to Sheffield let's say twice a month, and be part of the program up here, and obviously working with the players, and I get to know them better and better. And it's such a pleasure. It's really, really good fun, and it's challenging in so many other ways. And I must say, I'm really looking forward to this match.
And they've got slightly different disabilities. Daniel has cerebral palsy, which affects the entire right-hand side of his body. So, of course, he's left-handed.
Yeah.
It will mean that he can lunge from the net on his inverted commas good leg,
Yes.
if you can say that.
Yeah.
It's the opposite for Pramod Bhagat, who is almost using the opposite leg to lunge, and yet, in my mind, that would cause such a big problem. But he does it so well. I mean, what are your instincts when you walked into a para badminton hall for the first time and you saw these kind of disabilities and how they play?
I was at awe, I must say. First time I saw it was in Basel in 2019, where there was a joint World Championship, and I watched it for the first time. I can't believe this. And obviously this is my first full tournament. I've been here for 4 days now, and when you're walking into the hall, you're just saying, wow, this is impressive.
So these two have met so many times. Daniel currently the world number one, Pramod Bhagat world champion and Paralympic champion, and held that number one spot for so long. I mean, they really are head and shoulders above the rest, and keep proving it time after time, despite some tricky matches this week. I think you may have had the privilege of seeing Daniel play once or twice at times.
Yes, he played against one player from Ukraine. I was watching, and I felt that Dan was in a better position. However, the Ukrainian player really made it very hard and difficult, stayed very composed, and Dan had to work very hard to win it.
Well, he's certainly used to that. I mean, I can vouch for the coaching staff that Dan's turning to now on screen. We've got Martin Drabble and James Boxall down there. These guys really drill Dan hard in training, and the point is, he's having to train now against able-bodied coaches and able-bodied players because his level is that high.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be pushed in training, and the only way they can do it is, as you say, having an able-bodied player to play him, because you need to be really, really good to push him. So, we're getting players in to help with the sparring to make sure that we can put Dan under pressure.
There's an example of the racket skills of Pramod. That's his forte. He's so good with the racket.
He is, and that, we just saw a reverse slice from him, and not a lot of players have as good technique as he's got, and I like that he's playing more aggressively, trying his shots, and it's a little bit more adventurous, I would say, that what Dan is.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. He's not as physical as Dan. He does have the longevity. He's got the stamina. He's a very fit guy. He plays all three events still. That's incredible.
I just saw him an hour ago playing mixed doubles on the other court. So yes, he's a very active man.
He is ambitious, I think I'll call it. But his racket skills are really up there in para badminton. And I think that's the thing. Dan's stronger. He's just as fit. And Dan's wrist is very strong as well. He can get him out of trouble. So it's hard to break him down. It's hard to beat him. And I guess that's the reason why Pramod is in this final, is because he's got that ability to do special things.
Yeah.
A wonderful straight slice from Pramod. It's going to be, I mean, it always is a long match, SL3. Guys at this level can keep the rally going for so long. That must feel quite close to home. That was sort of your longevity of style, the stamina style. For me, I love watching events like this.
Yeah, I obviously myself in able-bodied had a very patient game, good strong defence, and then see if I could work my opponent to the ground. And it's a bit the same of Dan. And when he's playing with confidence, as I think he's doing at the moment, he's doing well. He's still playing with fairly good pressure, and that's important, that it's not becoming, let's say, too defensive and too passive, because he also needs to win his own points as well. Oh, that's a good shot. That was a very good drop shot. Bagat got out of trouble, but that was really well played by Dan Bethel.
Yeah, he's one of the players that you don't really want to take on at the net, but equally Pramod is skilled in that area too. It's always a real game of chess, watching these two fight it out, and it can depend often on what mood Pramod is in, as that's almost the perfect length on that previous shot.
That's good play, and I think that is really showing something that's very important in this half-court game, is that it's not enough just to go down centre of that half-court. You still have to try to find the lines on the half-court, which makes it quite tricky. You don't have a lot to play with, and that's where you've got to take the chances now and again. And what we saw before was that Dan was using the centre line first, and then put the attack down on the sideline, and he did really well on that and moved his opponent very well. So it's all about the placement, even on half-court.
Yes, strangely enough, Katie Hall, who was here earlier, talking about exactly the same thing. The court being so narrow, but you can take the shuttle that tiny bit earlier because you haven't got as far to defend, and so you can outmaneuver and outstretch your opponent. I hate playing Daniel. I mean, we're former doubles partners. We started playing para badminton together back in 2010, and I've played Dan on a half court countless times. And to not much success, as we see down there take advantage of a net kill. Like you said, Morton is looking positive today. He's in good mental shape. You can see the way he's communicating with the coaches. Great net shot.
Yeah, it's a good net shot, and that's the kind of chances I would say that Dan Bethel have to take now and again in his game. He's got to put that pressure on his opponent, and he's doing it really well at the moment. So 10-3 up. It's a very commanding lead, actually. See, that's to the centre line and then to the sideline again, centre line, and look at that, that's forcing the error. That's exactly what I wanted to say before.
Yeah, really well played from Dan Bethel. He takes the lead into the mid-game interval of 8 points. 11-3, a terrific start. James Boxall, the head coach, lead coach of Team GB's para badminton team, out there with Dan, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be really pleased with what he's watching so far in this men's singles SL3 final. Well, Dan, back on court, Pramod 2. These guys very used to a long battle out here. They don't need too much of a break at this stage. Terrific conditions here, Morton, for this tournament. They've really done a great job, the hosts, and the playing conditions in particular have been top draw.
You can't fault it at all. I think everyone coming in to the hall and watching it for the first time, they say, wow, I never expected that. And I think the athletes are feeling the same, because when they're travelling the world, as I understand it, it's not to these kind of circumstances. And you know, the way the layout, how professional it is, everything is just like I would say an able-bodied tournament like the All England we're having in March here in England. You know, our team had done everything to make sure that this tournament is living up to the highest standards and expectations.
Yeah, they've done a terrific job, and hopefully setting the standards that players can expect every time they come to the UK for this Four Nations Para Badminton International year on year. Next year will be hosted in Scotland in early summer. I think it's May, June sort of time. Last year, of course, was in Ireland, and this one a repeat of that Irish Four Nations title. There's a gamble, if you like, from Pramod Bhagat, trying to take some initiative.
Yeah, he was going really tight with a loopy drop shot, and it was a tricky one for Dan, because it managed to drop below the tape, and it's tough to get back, but he did well. And then Pramod, I think he lost his patience a bit on the last one.
That's tremendous from Dan Bethel. He's using those corners really well, particularly that centre line of the court, so Pramod's backhand corner, if you like, and then opening up the space in front, like this shot here, and finds a slice winner. That's a terrific save, Pramod.
Yeah.
Looking very relaxed, even after that net shot, which he scraped off the floor.
Yeah, he was looking at Dan all the way, and then, oh, okay, I'm going to take the next one. But look at those excellent shots he's got. Bhagat, it's out. That was out, I think. I'm sitting here right on the centre line.
Another terrific
Oh, look at
rally,
that.
great shot.
Yeah.
Well, just getting the better of Dan. That's not the sort of rally you ever want to lose after so much hard work. Dan will shake it off and go again, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think Bhagat has got a few options here. He's got to make up his mind what he wants to do. I think at the moment he's a little bit caught in between a few tactics. I think either he needs to step up the pace if he can, or really try to go for his shots, or if not, then try to go extremely patient. So I think he's at the moment caught a little bit in between. And that's why I think the scoreline is as it is, 15-5.
Well, Dan just losing a bit of concentration, needs to find a way to resettle.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Bhagat has sort of thinking, oh, it's too far to get to this opening game. And perhaps, you know, he will save a little bit of energy for a second game and see whether he can take that and then force it into three. Maybe don't want to use too much energy on trying to catch up here in the first game. It's just a thought.
Yes, the pressure of the scoreboard, isn't it? Whether to really trying to get back now. It will be a big challenge despite these couple of errors from Dan. But that's the game of chess, that's the exciting part. If Dan senses that as well, then Dan will perhaps try to win the rally a bit earlier and take some shortcuts. And then he can make errors, so it's difficult on this half court.
That should be a winner, yes. Again, try that loopy drop shot. This time it did not go over.
It's really trying to bring Dan to that underneath the net position. Good recovery from Bethel.
Oh, that's a nice one. That's really, really nice played. Lovely disguise on it.
And that's something that they've really developed for Dan over the last year or so. He's giving him a few more attacking options. He's very powerful. He hits very hard. And he's always used that as early as he can in his career. But against... Oh, well played.
Yeah, really good follow-up. It's not often you see that kind of follow-up in this category of play. And I think that was really quick getting up there. Again, excellent skills with the backhand kill. Yeah, good placement.
And that's what he does well. He's pretty accurate and he hits really hard. He breaks strings more than anybody I've ever known, even able-bodied Daniel Bethel. He famously this year broke 6 rackets in the final in Canada, and that was all he had in the bag. So
had to go out and borrow.
Coaches had to ask the audience,
yeah.
And he finished the final with a win with Subban's racket, who was the SH6 finalist we saw earlier on today, which is quite amazing.
Yeah. Well, that's a good first game for Dan Bethel. 21-8. That's really quite impressive.
So a terrific start to the match from Daniel Bethel. Back to the action with a 1-game advantage. And the key for Dan at the moment is it's all about that Paralympic Games in Paris next summer. This being a level 1 tournament, so increased ranking points, a really important one for him in his career, I think, to win. Where's the pressure right now, Morten, as performance director? Of course, you'll have perhaps more of a focus with the Olympic team, if you like, or is it an equal share with the Paralympic team as well?
Honestly, I think it's an equal share. It's equally important to us that the para badminton is doing really well. So obviously, I've been asked to assess the situation and give a forecast and where the chances are and so forth. It's taken extremely seriously, and so it should be in my book.
And give the coaches some valuable input and insight as well, and I think that's been really appreciated. It's certainly something that I remember recently we evaluated the level of not effort, that's the wrong word, but how much you could push some of our players in training, and we had discussions. I overheard some discussions with you talking with the coaches probably 6 weeks ago, I would say, and since then I've seen some changes, and that's really great.
Yeah, it's obviously all about trying to push the limit as much as we can. This is elite sport, so it's very important. And it's interesting because I think you have a very good point. It looks like that Pramod Bhagat is a very good performer when it really comes to it, and Dan is the more steady one and is number 1 on the world ranking, but the major tournament so far has gone in the favour of Bhagat, but I think sometimes maybe he's got to make a choice how many disciplines or categories he wants to play, because if he maybe wants to win this one, he might have to focus and concentrate on just this one. It's just a thought anyway.
No, it's something that I know for a fact, being part of the GB setup, that we embrace. The effort levels, the funding, the concentration is on the events that matter. And for us in the UK, it's those that make the Paralympic Games. So that, in the case of these guys, is men's singles, but also the mixed doubles. The men's doubles is not in the games for this particular sport class, and yet Pramod still plays the men's doubles as well.
Yeah,
and that's
not
a good
point.
That's not something Daniel would be allowed to do.
Yeah, that's a very good point you're stating there. And there we missed a little bit of a follow-up. I think Dan really had a good chance. Now he got his second time around, but he had another chance that I think he did not really capitalise on.
Well, a great start, and like you say, he's staying very patient. Maybe on this occasion, even too patient. But he managed to find the second way through.
Oh, that's beautiful. Really nice. Straight slice from his forehand. And that was really well placed and very well disguised. And you can see how Dan was backtracking a bit and couldn't get to it.
That was a great shot. Pramod Bhagat was almost on the back foot. He was still moving off balance as well when he hit that. I find it impressive how, well, he doesn't come off this time, but Bhagat is having to lunge, not on the racket leg, if that makes sense. He's having to lunge on his right leg, but he's a left-hander.
Yeah.
To then recover, to take the rear court as well. That's not something I don't think many people can do well.
No, I think it's very well pointed out, Bobby, because you know, a right-handed player would always lunge on his right foot and left-handed on his left. But due to the situation, Bhagat can't do that. Where Dan can do it, he's left-handed and his left foot is his best foot as well. So it's kind of worked in the best way for the game. So that Bhagat can actually do what he's doing is quite exceptional.
Yeah, it really is. That's a great word for it, exceptional. That's a good net shot.
Yeah, but not a good placement of that smash.
It's typical of these two when they're at this level of a competition. A great standard, very consistent players. Forcing Bagat to make the error, just try to go too tight at the net.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Dan Bethel, this one. As you say, that loopy drop shot, and then that's forcing Bagat to take a chance at the net because he couldn't really lift it, had to play the net and missed it. And that's the kind of pressure that Dan Bethel needs to play his opponents.
It's a tough skill, Morton, isn't it, to play that loopy net shot, because you've got to have such great feel.
You need a good touch. You really need a good touch.
And Dan there being let down by his on this occasion. Yeah, it's well played by the Indian.
Yeah, good placement, nice attack. And I think that's possibly where the game could go in the future, with more flat exchanges.
You mean the rest of this match, or
no,
the evolution of the
of this category
okay.
on half court? I think we don't see a lot of flat exchanges, and I think that will creep into the game.
So as players become fitter and stronger,
yeah, they just
explosive.
I need to find other avenues of scoring points.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And interesting, because we mentioned earlier how Dan is playing against able-bodied coaches. When they want to turn it on and beat him, that's where they beat him. Because he's difficult to beat at the net, he's difficult to beat from the rear court. But when you can hit 1, 2, 3 shots fast into the mid-court, that's where he often breaks down.
Yeah.
Well, there's a mid-court that caught Danny off guard. And what about the pressure of the occasion? I mean, it's hard to replicate a Paralympic final. Yes, we have the World Championships, which means a lot. But this might be as close as we can push Daniel, because of it's his home event. His friends and family are all here watching on. His performance director at Badminton England's watching on this week,
commentating on him.
And so, as a former player yourself, how much can you blank that out, or how much can it affect your performance?
I think you need to learn to blank it out, as you say. Just get on with it. No matter the occasion, it's all about really going out there, performing, and wanting to win and play your best. So, and I think Dan is really good doing that. I think the match is into a very crucial stage. If Dan get to 11 and maybe get 1 or 2 after the interval, then I think the match is more or less over. So I think it's quite crucial at the moment. And I'm very sure that Baggett is aware of that. That's in.
Wonderful shot. And better than the 1 or 2, actually. We have 5 for Dan. Things are looking in a very positive place for Bethel. And Baggett here with the misjudgment. Perfect length from Dan. And Gaurav, the coach for India. Very experienced man in para badminton, very important in the India pathway and foundation of para badminton in India. Doing everything he can to boost his player. James Boxall, or Boxy, out there on one knee. Very technical man himself, so he's the one being sent out to talk with Dan.
As I mentioned earlier, this is my first para tournament I see from end to end, and I just have to say it's quite impressive to see how strong a team India has got across the whole tournament, all the categories and so on. It's a massive team, and there are lots and lots of good players in that team.
Well, if just a couple of numbers to back that up. We, at our UK championships, so the 4 different nations come together once a year, we had between 40 and 50 players from the 4 countries. Met here in Sheffield just before Christmas, and that is our entry list, and that's across all levels, so you need to be classified to play, and so we're not talking about the very beginners. We're talking about people that have a racket in their hand each week and have been classified to enter. India had over 500 in theirs, and over 100 in this particular category here, the SL3. And for Pramod Baggett to rise to the top of that says a lot in itself.
That's hard work. Coming back to the match here, I think it's just happening now. What I said, I think the match was going into a very crucial stage, and could Dan get to 11 and then get the next 2, that pressure would be enormous on Baggett, and that's exactly what's happening here. 13-6 up now, and it's going to be an uphill task for Baggett to win, I think.
Here's the difficult question, Morton, for you. If you are Pramod Baggett, or if you are the Indian coach advising him, what would you suggest would be the way forward?
I would try to see if I could get Dan into the net as much as possible, and I would try to attack him a bit more than what Baggett is doing, but that takes a lot of effort, and that's probably the problem at the end of the day.
Yes, well, when you're playing 3 events, and I haven't double checked, but I think he might be in 3 finals here today. The SL3 for men's doubles. We saw him in the mixed on a different court earlier as well. Putting in that effort against Daniel Bethel, of all people, it's not easy.
I can understand the frustration from Dan Bethel on that one. He played that rally really well, got the opportunity, and then missed that final shot that should have been the kill.
Well, the deception was there, but the quality wasn't quite from the net from Dan Bethel. And yes, just to confirm, Pramod Baggett in all 3 finals at a level 1 tournament. Very impressive, but perhaps not the best decision at times, depending on the priorities. And one shot from Baggett, slightly tired looking, trying to force an opening. And 15-8, Bethel in great shape again. That's a nice angle we can see there on the camera of this rally, and to help show the width of the court that, as Morton said earlier, is exploitable. Takes a lot of quality, though, to find those lines. Well, it's the same result as the previous rally, a terrific rally, a long rally, and Pramod just lacking that tiny bit of composure when it mattered, inconsistency creeping in. Did you play much half-court singles when you were training, Morton? I mean, it's something that you see the full-court players, able-bodied or para, they use the half-court a lot to train. You would, in a busy hall, lots of players, you've got a half-court to use. At the beginning of the match, you use a half-court to warm up.
Yep.
It gets competitive at times, of course.
It does. Very.
And so, is that something that you used to play on a half-court often?
Yes, I used to play half courts now and again, and obviously we had smaller competitions and who can win. I think I bored everyone to death. They hated playing me.
But it's also, when you're getting beaten in a game of half court, there is nothing more frustrating.
No, you can't do anything. You know, you can't find the gaps. You just can't play the winners, and you're getting really frustrated and going for lines and net and tape and all that. And of course, mistakes are creeping in.
And that's the beauty of this game. It takes a special kind of brain to be able to cope with that pressure. To get beaten by a fabulous shot on a full court, okay, you let it slide. But to get beaten on a half court with something, it's difficult to accept.
Wow. A few mistakes creeping into the game with Dan Bethel. He's got a bit of a cushion, so he should be okay, seen from his point of view. And this time the pressure from Dan Bethel worked. Good attack and nice follow up, and then that block shot at the net really doing the damage.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. Dan took that early, forcing the error. The match goes on, 18-10 now. Bethel in charge. The home crowd favourite on its side. Pramod can't quite keep that net shot in play. I think now Pramod, with the SL3-4 men's doubles coming up later, maybe we'll start to think about that, as it's going to take a lot to get back into this match from this position.
And especially, as you mentioned earlier, if it's not a discipline at the Olympics, maybe that's the first to be sacrificed.
Well, 2010 now, championship point for Dan Bethel on home soil. The SL3 men's singles title. Reigning champion, he took this event last year in Ireland, and he's getting ever closer to retaining that title here in Sheffield.
That's nice. That's a nice finish.
Well, Morton, what terrific performance from Dan Bethel today.
Absolutely. I don't think his opponent from India, Bhagat, had many answers today, but I wouldn't be discouraged if I was him. I think he's got a lot of things going for him in his game, and I'm sure he can rise to the occasion maybe next time. Today, Dan played better. He was more, I think, more persistent. His pressure was better all around, so I think it was well deserved for Dan Bethel to win. But I'm sure we will see back and he would keep up a very, very good fight coming in the future.
Well, straight games then for Daniel Bethel. Terrific in front of friends, family, all his colleagues here in Sheffield, his home, his training centre, to do it on home soil once again. Brilliant for him. And I just want to say, Morten, thank you very much. It's been great to have you here and your insight, especially in para badminton, where perhaps it's not your comfort zone, but it's superb to have your voice on this one.
Thank you very much. I have enjoyed it tremendously, and all the best and good luck.
Well, thank you for sticking with us here. Finals day at the Four Nations Para Badminton International 2023 here in Sheffield, England. And we turn our attention now to SU5 women's singles. That's the standing upper five who have an impairment to the upper limb, which could be the playing or the non-playing hand. Quite often it's going to be the non-playing hand. Why would you play with your impaired hand? Unless you had to, of course. I've got Katie Hall back with me. Welcome back, Katie. That's got to be pretty tough, right? Playing with your impaired limb.
Yeah, for sure. And it's you do see it though. Some players they come in and they get classified, and the classifiers will say, you know, your non-impaired limb is too functional. So you have an option, you don't play, or you can play with your impaired limb. So it's a case-by-case basis, really. But it has happened in the past.
We do. There's one Indonesian who's at the top of the game in men's singles, Deva Andri Musti. In fact, I'm just thinking about him. He plays with his impaired limb. His hand and wrist is all fine. It's that he can't quite straighten the elbow.
Yeah.
So it's probably 10-20% less.
Yeah.
But that's not classifiable as the non-impaired limb. It has to be the one you have to use to play. So that's pretty tough. Yeah,
and that's the difficult job of that's why we have classification, and that's their job to set those parameters and to stick to them, and I think very accurate in most cases with the classification, and I think it makes it a fair playing field for everyone.
So here we've got the Dane at the bottom of your screen there, Catherine Rosengren, and she's up against the young French girl, if I can call her that. I think she's only 16, so I don't know how, I don't want to be polite about it, but the youngster, Maud Lafort. I'm really excited by this one.
Me too. I'm really excited, especially to have a European final as well, to have both Denmark and France represented here. And I know less about Maud. I've not, she's very new to the scene last few years, but I know Catherine for a few years now, and she's been working really hard, just in a little stint in Malaysia before this tournament and prep. So I'm excited for this game.
I'm excited by this match. I'm excited by a first opportunity to focus on a match that features Maud Lafort, because like you, I'm a friend of Catherine's too. She's been around a few years. She's a great person. She's great for the sport. She's been doing so much on social media. She has so much fun and works so hard out there. So she's a real ambassador, perfect for para badminton. Maud Lafort at 16 years old is beating the world. She is beating all the top Indians, the top Japanese. I can't remember how she got on against Yang Shishir, the Paralympic champion from China. I'm not sure they've even met yet. They may have, but I suspect she'll make the Paralympic Games. I suspect she may even make the final. And she is that good. She is so talented.
And for a youngster, the potential. I mean, she's getting to finals now. What's she going to do in 5 years? You know?
Yeah, exactly. And at 16 years of age, just 1 year, or having
straight off the bat,
and the serve was out, I think. Having another year at 16 years old is huge. She's going to improve so much, even in the next just 12 months.
Yeah, for sure.
She's got a heavily strapped right leg, however, Maud. I'm hoping that's not going to be too much of a concern.
Oh, lovely backhand.
Yeah, wonderful shot.
Just wide, but really good idea there. She's really trying to hit those lines and attack straight off of serve.
It was tough for Rosengren at the Paralympic Games last time out in Tokyo. She's been sort of top three in the world consistently for so long, and then to lose in the group stages of that Paralympics, you could see it. It wasn't her badminton talent let her down. It was purely the struggle of the occasion and the mental pressure.
And it's going to affect, Paralympics, Olympic World Championships, these high level tournaments. They are going to affect you, and you could go in being in the best prep that you've been in years, and the occasion can get to you. Badminton is as much a mental game as it is, physical and talent. And I think she's really grown from that experience, though, and getting to these finals is great. Good attack from Maud again.
Well, it's number 2 versus number 3 in the world rankings right now. And whilst that is well deserved, there's also we've got COVID to consider, which we're still seeing the legacy of in some of the rankings. We've also got Suzuki, the Japanese finalist at the last games, now retired, so she's not there anymore. And also the Chinese, we haven't seen much of them in this qualifying period for Paris. But when they start coming out, which we'll see, there's still time to come and qualify for the games. There's enough tournaments left. We might see a difference in who's in the final.
Very nice drop shot. We've seen a lot of pace from Maud at the start. She likes to attack, very attacking player, and that taking the pace off the shuttle there maybe took Catherine a little bit by surprise. Took me by surprise. I thought she was gonna smash it again.
I thought she was gonna hit hard down the line. Yeah, lovely shot.
Great skill.
And there's a high likelihood this will be the European Para Games final in a fortnight as well.
Nice.
In Rotterdam. That was a lovely deceptive shot up the line.
That's unlucky. She read that, pushed her right into that deep backhand corner, stepped forward, and again, maybe 9 out of 10 times she'd have hit that. It's unfortunate.
She's pretty composed today, Maud Lafort. She is guilty, and I think she'll admit it, of, again, crumbling under some mental pressure, but surely it's the age.
She's still young. Yeah, that'll come the more she gets to these finals and plays these level of events, that I can see there'll be a shift in that. Yeah, another great attacking shot.
terrific net play.
Great net play.
I thought Catherine's was nice. Moore just came in comfortably, didn't she, and challenged her.
Took it nice and early and just grazed over the net. It was lovely. Catherine didn't have much she could do with that there.
Yeah, well played, Lafort. Wonderful rally. Rosengren just failing at the last second. She looks the more under pressure here, despite the score. Maud Lafort looks so comfortable.
Yeah, good pressure there. Really attacking, and both players are really trying to take advantage of the attack as soon as they can. There's been some really nice long rallies, but both players, Catherine really wants, wants this. They both want it, but you can see that there in our attack and trying to put Maud under a bit more pressure.
Well, it's Lafort with the slight advantage at 10-9. Rosengren, the defending champion, if you like, the Irish champion from last year at the Four Nations. She'll desperately want to hold on to that to keep her rankings high. But it's 11-9 Lafort going into the interval.
Yes, it's still close, and it's early in the game. You can see both are, like you say, Maud seems a little bit more composed, but they'll both really want this, and it's such high quality badminton, and the margins at the moment are, there's 2 points in it. There's not been too many unforced errors. The quality is coming from the players winning the points rather than the opponents giving the shot away.
You can see there is a little bit of trouble with that right leg. The ice pack on the knee. Rosengren with Julia Trana, the Denmark coach for this week. Former world champion in SU5 from 2015. Yeah, there's some heavy tape on that right leg.
Yeah, good attack there again from Catherine.
She'll still be growing, of course, at 16 years old.
Yeah.
And that's tough. That's tough to combat for juniors, isn't it? It's training load and how much to push them when they're going through growth spurts and things like that.
Yeah. I think again, she's still maturing, still growing, and you got to be careful, when if you're playing these level tournaments, the number of tournaments that you're playing, and obviously she's wanting to qualify for Paris, but you don't want to put your body through too much strain whilst you're still in that growing period and end up with an injury or a longer term injury. Hopefully it's nothing too serious.
That's a nice touch.
Oh, good play, really good play. Just getting Maud in the back foot and pushing her into the deep corners, making her lunge. Obviously she can see there might be a bit of an injury there, so you want to be moving her around the corners and then putting her back in and putting her under pressure.
Yeah, getting her twisting and turning. That was a terrific previous rally. That is something we've seen a lot of Catherine Rosengren at times. Sort of wild serve, a couple of feet out.
Lovely, such a nice slice there. And she's got to use those angles to her advantage in this game. I don't necessarily think playing a hard, fast, like smashes and lots of drives is going to work against Maud, because as we can see right here, she missed that one there, but she's a hard player. She likes to hit hard and she likes to move fast. Catherine can take the pace off a little bit, hit those nice slices, get her twisting, get her turning, she's going to get a few points of an advantage.
Well, she's fought her way back in, Rosengren. World Championship bronze medalist from last year in Tokyo. I don't think Maud Lafort was in the event. She may, if she was, she didn't get far. But I don't think that was her first World Championships. We've got the World Championships in Para Badminton coming up in late January, early February. That's lovely.
Oh, it's lovely. That's so good.
Well, she took the pace off for the first sort of clip down the line, but the follow-up with that deceptive backhand. Watch this. And holding a great view at the net as well of this.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, well left. Yeah, nice change around here for Catherine, being a few points down now. A couple of points in the lead.
And Lafort now with a bit of mental pressure, but there's another loose serve from Rosengren. Cheap points for the French.
Yeah, she just needs to, relax, take her time before serving, because at this point you don't want to be giving away too much. Yeah, that's great. She's really trying to get Maud twisting and turning, putting her in pressure in that rear forehand corner, and then just turning the shuttle with a beautiful cross-court net. Yep, deep into that corner, just turns the shuttle. It's great.
Well, I wonder whether Maud Lafort is struggling physically here. She looked a bit... She could have taken that forehand.
Yep.
Instead, she pirouettes and takes a backhand, and I just wonder whether she's that comfortable in her movement. And she's going for the lines. It's not a good sign, straight off the bat.
Yeah, another great shot from Catherine there. Just taking the pace off. She really wants to get Maud moving, but I think she's struggling. I think Maud's struggling,
She looked like she was heading towards the kit box. I think maybe she thought that was the end of the game, and she's happy to sort of concede this one. Yeah, she just walked straight off. No challenges, of course, in Para Badminton. No Hawkeye out here. Maud Lafort, who beat the number one, who beat Manisha Ramadas yesterday in the semi-finals in straight games. Struggling here in the final. Rosengren, her experience coming through, despite those few loose serves, takes the opener.
Yeah, I think coming into this set, Catherine just needs to, relax and not come out hitting too hard. I think what she's doing is really smart. I think she's playing this tactically correct, getting Maud twisting, turning, taking the net as early as she can and just turning it is really working for her. Obviously, we're a bit worried about Maud's knee, and I think she might, just depend on how she's feeling, don't know, she might come out just trying to hit those winners, and we saw that in those last 2 points there.
Yeah, let's hope she's okay. She's got an ice pack sat across that knee right now. I know we're off screen, but she's chatting with the coaches. It looks like they are prepared to continue. And let's hope she's able to give it her all physically. Whilst Rosengren will be pleased with the win, it's not the way you want to win, is it? Yeah,
and you got to think from Maud's point at the moment. She, ice pack's been moved in from her knee down to her shin now, and you've got to think is it first few points in, if she's in pain, is it worth pushing through? You could do yourself a larger injury, but I suppose only she'll know that, and only she'll know what to do there.
Yeah, she will, but I mean, she's got the European Para Games coming up, and those ranking points are the same as a level 1, so they're both important tournaments.
Yep.
I guess she's in the final here, so that's a great chance to pick them up. And at the same time, if that injury is made worse and it puts her out for the next week, and then she doesn't perform in a fortnight at the European Para Games, it's a risk.
And only, Maud and the coaches can really make that decision. Yeah, really well played, Catherine. Really, really well played. Pushing her into around the head corner, getting her off balance, attacking, then coming in.
And it's that attacking shot that would normally force Maud onto the right leg, a strong right lunge, but instead she kind of ran into the shot in defence.
Yep.
I'd be playing Maud around the net as much as possible and trying to exploit that knee injury. I know it sounds ruthless, but it's sport, right? You've got to...
Yeah, just line judge overruled, called it in. Umpires overruled that there. I think that's the right decision.
I thought that was
out.
it, yeah. She's not good on that right leg at the moment. Maud's really struggling. Is that a broken string, maybe?
Yeah. We heard it go kind of maybe 1 or 2 shots into that rally.
Change of equipment for Lefort. Haven't seen many broken strings today. I thought we'd see a bit more from Dan Bethel. He loves to break a string in the SL3 men's singles final earlier.
Oh,
wow.
Good pick up.
What a
turnaround.
Brilliant. That was pure instinct, surely. She didn't know much about that.
Just swing and hope. That sometimes you just got to swing and hope. And it came off for Maud there.
I always find it fascinating from Rosengren. She's capable of such brilliance at times. Comes out with some amazing shots and builds long rallies and then hits one 3 feet out the side. It's very odd.
A little bit of nerves maybe. Especially, being a few points up. We're only early in the second game, but, being a 2-3 points up and then losing 2 or 3 points, you kind of think, I just need a winner to get that next one and settle me back down. But sometimes go too hard for it and end up making a mistake. Good idea. Just wide. Long. Yeah, nice shot. Good cross slice. That's I think what she was going for the last time, but just overhit it. Taking the pace off. Trying to get Maud to move.
That was a nice punch clear to set the rally up for Maud Lefort.
Yeah, she's starting being a little bit more attacking now and trying to take the shuttle as early as she can and finish the rally quicker. She doesn't want to get into a long rally with Catherine. She doesn't want Catherine to be twisting and turning her and playing these soft shots. Good smash.
Yeah, that was well played. Oh, it's just gone wide. Constructing the rally well, though. That soft shot you keep talking about, it's brilliant for Catherine, isn't it? That's the way to beat Maud Lefort.
nice. Again, it's just taking the pace off, making her lunge on that right leg, that strapped up leg.
They've met just the one time before, these two, and that was the final in Canada back in June, not that long ago, the last level one we've had. And it was more in straight games that day, 16 and 14. So Rosengren already in this one, doing better than the last time out.
Yeah, I think coming into maybe the first set, you'd think Catherine might have had that maybe in her head, thinking last time we played it was straight games, and she came out, looked pumped up, looked a little bit nervous, but has settled now. She's been able to win that first set. Maud's just trying to really attack and get the winners when she can.
Good net.
Yeah, well played.
Well, Maud looking a bit dejected as she walks off court, chatting with the coach, but actually that was just all Catherine Rosengren. Brilliant from her. It's a one and only title, Rosengren, since 2018, in fact, the Four Nations, so last year in Ireland. Important to sort of retain ranking points, isn't it? I mean, these points this week will replace those from the Irish last year. So if you're number 2 in the world and you scored, I don't know, call it 10,000 points, and then you don't make the final and don't win, you're going to lose points whatever happens. It's tough, that.
Yeah, and it's so important this year, and all the players will have that in their head because we have, Paris next year, and it is, it's, you want to win tournaments, you want to get high rankings, but you do need to think about the points and where your position is, and because ultimately you want to be qualifying again for those games.
Yeah, it's all about the games, isn't it? And just to qualify is one thing, but also the seeding and being ranked to get that seeded position to avoid playing tougher opponents in the early rounds. Yeah, 12,750 points to be accurate. This time last year, brilliant from Rosengren. She's looking confident.
Yeah, and I think she looks really pumped up and is playing some really, really smart badminton and trying to get Maud to move, and then but not being afraid to take those opportunities and attack when she can. Like that last point, for example, played a nice soft drop, soft slice into Maud's backhand front corner. She gets a short lift because Maud's under pressure. Catherine takes advantage and kills the shuttle off, and I think she's playing really, really smart. I think it helps having Julie behind her. I think having an ex-world champion and a good friend of hers, and sometimes it's good to have your regular coach there. It's really good because they know you best, but sometimes it's nice to have a friend. I think that's going to give her some confidence, and that support right behind the courts has got to be good for her.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? It's somebody you can trust.
Yeah.
They are great friends, as you say, and Jules has been here and done it before.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
She'll understand the pressure.
Good assets, yeah, exactly. Rosengren varying the serve, the short serve, gets the lift and a bit of luck with the net cord, but shouldn't really be too disheartened. You can't do anything about it.
No, you can't. You can't. Well, good pick up. Well done. I think Catherine is trying to, keep these few points advantage, which she has done with changing the serve up, changing it to a lower serve. She doesn't want Maud hitting smashes and attacking straight off the serve.
Well, again, Maud Lafort. Oh, well, I think the line call was
overruled. Yeah. I think it just went wide. Yeah, good attack.
Well, there's some revenge from the call straight away for Rosengren. She's looking pretty calm, positive, It's not the sort of player you want. Rosengren on the back foot, you want her making errors. When she's in good form, she's very difficult to play. I played her a few times at mixed, and I didn't really enjoy myself.
Yeah, great. Just taking the pace off again. I think Maud is struggling, and I think that's, she's on a normal day, she would have went for that. Probably got it, probably done something good with it, but I think she's really struggling.
I noticed Catherine and Coach Tirana chatting as well after that point, and it was very much a yes, that's the right play.
Yeah.
Lots of appreciation, and they must have spotted that weakness, and they're really trying to go for it. This is better though from Maud Lefort here.
That was a good read. Yeah. Pushed it right back into Catherine's backhand, and then just come forward, waiting for the loose backhand.
It's crucial now in this point of the game for the French woman.
Yeah,
she needs a run of points. The scoreboard against you. You've got an injury to worry about. It's now or never.
Yeah, I think Maud's trying to read the drop shots that she's expecting from Catherine there. We saw that first punch clear, expecting Catherine to play a backhand drop shot, and she got the clear, and Maud really pushed forward and then just tried to put a lot of pressure into that round the head corner, and it paid off for her there. Yeah, good length again. Good attack from Maud Lefort there, and she's really trying to, when she's got the opportunity, to hit those winners, because she doesn't want to get into long rallies, and it's in Catherine's best interest to try and keep her in long rallies. Unforced error there.
So 3 points, a crucial stage now for Lefort. The serve's gone long. It's looking really positive for Rosengren. It's been a good performance from her today.
Yeah, she's played really, really well. Like I say, very smart badminton, and obviously we've got a slight injury or some taping up from Maud, but that doesn't take away from the fact that Catherine has played really, really good badminton.
Yeah, it's a good lead, good judgment from Rosengren. Last chance saloon, you'd have to say, for Maud Lefort, who's got everything going against her right now. You can see there on shots like that the actual balance that they have the problem with. Catherine's left arm doesn't move freely, of course. That's the impairment.
Yeah.
And you can see it makes a difference.
And that's why you see a lot in the SG5 game, pushing the opponent into that round the head corner, which is where the least balance, where you're going to have the most issue with balance, and then pulling them into the front of the court. Again, you don't have the same range to keep yourself balanced in a deep lunge, and yeah, it can be quite a good tactical thing, to be pushing into the round the head corner.
And I imagine it's slow recovery as well, trying to get back out if you don't have that automatic sort of help, that pivot.
Yeah,
it's difficult. Maud Lefort fist pumping there. Might be a bit of fight left in this one.
It's not over yet. Yeah, she's really trying to push Catherine into that round the head corner, forcing either an off balance round the head or a backhand, and really taking advantage of it. And that's 3 points there. She's done very similar tactics, and it's come off for her.
Well, it's 4 consecutive points for Maud Lafort, and they've come at the right time. Catherine's got to remember that soft tactic.
Yeah, I think, you see the end game and it's panic now. It's panic. You can see she's trying to just get the rally over, but you need to stick to your tactics. That's what's working, and I think it's just that, you've just lost a few points. And
Catherine asking to towel down. Umpire says no. Interesting. Keeping the play continuous. 19 all.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what she needs to do. If she sticks to her tactics, it works. She's calmed down a little bit, and it's straight off the serve there. Lovely shot.
That's a wonderful shot and play. It puts an end to 5 straight points for Maud Lafort, and it's championship point. Catherine Rosengren to retain the Four Nations title.
Oh,
it's gone wide. Brilliant from Rosengren.
You can see how much that means to her. That's to retain her title. Julie's also up off of her feet. Great fight from Maud there. Obviously carrying a little bit of an injury, but Catherine played so well. Really smart.
Really great
really
scenes
good.
As well. The fist pumps, looking to the camera. She'll love that. And hug with the coach, Julia Strana. Oh, that's really sweet. Superb for Rosengren. We'll see plenty of Maud Lafort over the coming years, maybe
for many
decades.
years to come.
She may have turned 17 recently, 16, 17 years old. We'll see a lot more of her. But today, it's Catherine Rosengren's day. Katie, thank you for joining us today in the commentary box. I understand you might be going over and helping out with some of the wheelchair activity on the wheelchair court one for the remainder of the day. So
yes,
thank you for being here.
No, thank you. Thank you for having me. It's been great.
Excellent stuff. So Katie Hall, we're going to make way for Rachel Chung, fresh from that SH6 mixed doubles final we saw earlier. She's going to come in a few moments to help us with the SH6 men's singles in a few moments' time. Straight games for Rosengren, 21-15, 21-19 in 34 minutes. Terrific for the Dane. We've got one more match to follow. So we're making our way steadily through the schedule here. Finals day at the Four Nations Para Badminton 2023 here in Sheffield, England. Match number 5 coming up in a few moments' time. It's the men's singles SH6. We've got more home crowd favourites coming onto court. We've got Kristen Coombs, who will have everyone on his side here in this arena, but he's up against the Paralympic champion Nagar Krishna from India. Well, Katie Hall's left me now. I'm really thrilled to have Rachel Chung, SH6 women's singles and mixed doubles legend, with me here, fresh from that final. First of all, congratulations on the silver medal.
Thank you so much.
That was a tough final to watch here. We had it here, obviously. Match number 1 here today. How are you feeling, first of all, about that final?
Really pleased with our performances this week, and without those strong performances we wouldn't have been in the final, and we're very well aware of that. So it was great just to be there. We would have loved to have gone one step further and get that gold, but the Indonesians, they're world champions for a reason, and they are strong, and we know that. So yeah, we know what we need to do to take into training, and we're just ready to battle them right throughout this Paralympic qualification period, and hopefully at Paris 2024.
And you've got European Para Games coming up in a couple of weeks. You'll be strong favourites for that one, surely.
Yes, I would say so. I'd say the biggest competitors that we'll have for that, like Coombs is going to be playing with Olivia Schmiegel from Poland, and the French pair as well that we played this week. There will be a few pairs there, but yeah, we're looking to hopefully do well in there, get some good qualification points again, and it's all just a big push now for Paris.
Well, you mentioned Coombs, Paralympic bronze medalist from Tokyo in 2020, played in 2021 of course, but he's up against the Paralympic champion Krishna Nagar, or Nagar Krishna, I'm not sure which way around you meant to say it, but he's facing a real challenge today, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a bit of a rivalry between them, as there is with everyone in the top of this event and others. They've played each other on a few occasions. I believe the last time was I remember Coombs doing very well against Naga in the World Championships. Coombs won in 3, but I know that Naga has been playing really well so far in this qualification period, so it'll be a very exciting match for sure.
So we're looking at SH6 once again for players who are short in stature due to a genetic condition. That's the official sort of phrase, often referred to as congenital dwarfism. Now, I can step away from this one for a moment because I've got an expert to talk about it a bit more. You can talk about your own particular disability as well for me in a few moments, but I know Coombs is one of my best friends, so I know Coombs really well. Kristen Coombs, he's got achondroplasia. It's pretty clear. He's got that typical, if I can say it, that common view of dwarfism. We see it quite a lot, but Nagar's very different. Yeah, with Coombs, he's the condition achondroplasia is the most common type of dwarfism. I believe the statistic is 80% of people with dwarfism tend to have achondroplasia. With Naga, he does not have achondroplasia. As you can see, his body is a lot more in proportion. So with his longer limbs, it does typically make him more agile, can cover the court very quickly. Those longer legs give him the ability to perhaps jump a bit higher as well. Yeah, proportionally, he can cover the court in fewer steps. I mean, that's an advantage. He's got a longer reach from base with those longer arms as well, isn't he? So it's difficult for Coombs. Yeah, and with achondroplasia, it's like almost an average-sized torso. So, he's got broad shoulders there, and with Naga's condition, he is a little bit more slight, so he is very fast, but Coombs is also very fast, so it will be a bit of a race around court. Well, we've got coaching staff James Boxall and Richard Morris back on court, sat in Coombs' deep rear corner, if you like, and they're going to have a crucial part to play as well today. What's it like having those guys? Martin Drabble's also part of the coaching team here this week. What's it like having them sat in your corner? It's fantastic. I mean, their experience... You can be honest. their experience as players and, knowing the system and how it works and being involved in para for as long as they have been, they understand the ins and outs of para and how we can adapt and how the game with para is played. So their understanding and their knowledge is paramount to how successful the English and GB team is. So it's great, and they just have tactical awareness that is second to none as well. Good pressure there from Naga down Coombs' backhand side. He's so fast, isn't he? It's difficult to compete with at times. Yeah, that was good vision from Naga, seeing that Coombs was going to try and pick himself back up and get on the move and just to play it back in front of him.
Coombs just seems a little bit rushed around court. I feel like he could do with just calming himself down a little bit. It's definitely easier said than done from here, though.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, he came through a real battle yesterday against Miles Krowski from the USA. I mean, that was terrific. Those two potentially fighting each other for a spot to compete for the Paris Paralympic Games. To come through that one was really, really important. He must have put so much energy and focus, and it must be pretty hard for Coombs to go again the day after. I mean, you see that. You've got 2 events to compete in singles and mixed. What's that like, to have an epic battle one day and then have to get up and go again?
It can be quite tough mentally, just knowing that you have to, your emotions are so invested in one match, and then to have everything be drained from you, and then know that you've got to go and do it all again the following day, or even sometimes just a few hours later. So it's really tough, but it's what we train for, and Coombs is going into this match knowing that he's got the freedom just to give it everything he possibly can.
Yeah, it's becoming slightly sort of unknown territory for Coombs, actually. He hasn't actually made a final in the men's singles we're going back to 2018 as far as I can see. He keeps losing out in semi-finals, which is tricky, but he's done well already this week, win or lose.
Yeah, it's huge for him just to get to this final. He really needed to get through the semi-final. Just as you said before, him and Miles are fighting potentially for one spot at the Paralympics between the 2 of them. So for him to overcome Miles in that semi-final and get to the final, he hasn't made a final in this qualification period, whereas Miles has done. So yeah, that's massive for Coombs. Fantastic slice there from Naga, who just managed to wrap his racket around it on his forehand side, being the left-hander. Just find the inside of the line.
This is the Nations Para Badminton International finals day here at Sheffield. Attention on court number 4, which is the singles technical officials led by Armand from England, yourself, so strange, from Scotland, and Stuart. Within the other players.
So 11-4. Krishna Naga off to a terrific start here in this final. A real uphill battle for Kristen Coombs. Oh, into the net. He's making opportunities here, Coombs. He just can't find that end product at the moment.
Yeah, the short serve there from Naga, it didn't quite make it into the back tram line, so Coombs could take the opportunity to put some attack and pressure on, but just couldn't quite capitalise there, where he unfortunately smashed into the net.
Just long again, same thing. Plays good net, gets the chance. Well, there's Kristen Coombs, his parents, Tim Coombs and Penny Coombs, sitting watching. And arms folded. They've got to be proud of his performance this week anyway. Win or lose this final.
Absolutely, and particularly for the English players, it's so nice to have our family and friends come and support us and watch us. It's not very often that they get the opportunity to do that. So for them to come and support Kristen in the final, it's massive.
Well, I mean, what's it like playing? It's not just England, which is the home venue. It's your national training centre. You're in here week in, week out, day in, day out in the work days. What's it like to have this at home, like literally at home?
It's brilliant in the sense of the transformation of the hall that we use. And this isn't our training hall that we use, but we do sometimes come in here for practice just to change our environment. But to have everyone here, people that we normally see around the world, just in our home venue and walking about, it's quite unusual and quite surreal. But I think Badminton England and UK Sport have done a fantastic job at organising this tournament. And yeah, I think only positive things have been said, which is great. And I think for this tournament, it's almost setting a precedent for what we should expect from para badminton tournaments going forward.
Yeah, I totally agree. A terrific job all round, and really sort of setting the standard for what level ones are like. I mean, we do see some great standards from other hosts around the world. I mean, it's not saying they're terrible or anything. It's brilliant, but this is pushing things to another level.
Absolutely. Like we can see every year at the All England that Badminton England know how to put on a fantastic show year in, year out. And they've applied everything that they do for the All England into para. There have been no shortcuts anywhere, and you can feel that. You can feel the effort that's been made for this event, and it goes a long way for us athletes. It makes us feel special and considered.
Yeah, well, that's really nice to hear. Coombs struggling out here. 19-8 to Nagar Krishna. He's just gone to 20 now with that miss. And we've seen Coombs come back. He's guilty, I think he'll admit it, of just sort of losing the plot at times. Very capable player, and with his speed and power can come back into a match. So he can reset now. He's got a chance to speak with James Boxall, with Richard Morris, and hope for a better outcome in the second game.
Yeah, I think he'll be quite happy really just to get that first game over and done with now, so he can just refocus, as you say, just reset. Yeah, he's been unfortunate really, just not quite finding the line and just hitting the tape and it not falling his way. I think he just needs to maybe just change his margins ever so slightly, make them a little bit more relaxed. Not too relaxed, because when you play against players like Krishna Nagar, you can't really play it safe. But for Kristen, I really think he just needs to make his margins slightly bigger and just keep himself in the rally and just give himself a bit more of a chance.
Well, James Boxall heading back out of the kit box area. Difficult for the coaches. Difficult to watch Coombs struggling like this. But, you know, Nagar's he's got so much firepower. He's so fast. He's got some lovely shots overhead. And I'm not sure being number 5 in the world rankings is a true reflection of where he's really at. Do you know much about his history since the games and obviously the family, his mother? Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, I do. After the games, and I think maybe even during the games, and he was having some family issues. His mother sadly passed away, and he's very much a family man, so he had to go home, and he was part of being the caretaker for the family, and of course that took priority over badminton. And he wasn't able to go to any tournaments, not really, up until maybe mid last year. So he has slipped in the world rankings, and as you say, it's not really a true reflection of where he should be. But yeah, he's doing really well in his qualification period so far, and yeah, he's just looking to climb back up there, and I imagine put in a strong performance so he can ensure his spot at the Paralympics.
Yeah, well, he picked up the last title, the last level 1 in Canada, so he took that title. He was finalist in Bahrain a few months before that, and like you say, prior to that, he took time to get back to this level, so that's where he's made quarterfinals, and that's where perhaps he slipped down the rankings. But you know, he's the Paralympic champion, and his level of disability gives him those opportunities to really destroy people, doesn't it? So arguably one of the favourites going into most events.
Yeah, absolutely, and this tournament he's even been playing mixed as well. With the
somebody gave him a thrashing the other day, I watched.
Yeah, some home favourites. No, they were a strong pair, but maybe they're not quite used to playing with each other just yet. The female player of their partnership, Sivan, she has played other tournaments with the other Indian SH6 Solomalai, and I've heard that their plan for this qualification period is that she's played the first six tournaments with Solomalai, and then we'll play the back 6 tournaments with Naga, and then from there they'll see how well they do, and depending on which pair does best, they will then use for the Paralympics. And with the Paralympics and para badminton, if you qualify in the mixed, you get automatic qualification through to the singles. So I mean, I don't think Naga really needs to qualify through the mixed. He could quite comfortably, I feel, qualify through singles only. But yeah, it just depends on what India plan on doing.
Yeah, it's fascinating how that works, and like you say, he could quite comfortably qualify in singles if he puts his mind to it. Indian coaching staff have got some idea, and with the buy-in from the players, have got an idea of what they want to do. It makes it fascinating. It makes it difficult for other people. Like we mentioned Coombs here, and we mentioned Miles yesterday in the semi-final. If Krishna Naga qualifies through the mixed, then his slot is gone from singles, and it's more opportunity for our singles players.
Yes.
If he doesn't qualify in mixed, and he qualifies from being number, say, 2 in the world in singles, then that makes it more difficult for Coombs to get to the Paralympics. So it's very difficult. It's a real sort of worrying time all the way through qualification, because you don't know what you've got to achieve. You know, top 10 in the world isn't quite guaranteeing you a slot.
Absolutely, like we saw that for Tokyo 2020, that you could be within the top 6 players in singles, but even still, that doesn't mean that you will qualify for the games. And yeah, it can be quite worrying, but all the players know that they've just got to give everything and do the best they can in every tournament, and hopefully it'll be enough.
Terrific from Coombs there, saving that rally, but one more time from Naga. He's got so many options. It's just an uphill battle for Coombs, isn't it, when Naga's in this kind of form? Yeah,
Naga's got so much skill, and I think for the last few tournaments, Naga has just been playing so well. He's unplayable at times, and I feel like Naga's just kind of again in that mood. But that's a fantastic reverse shot from Coombs there.
He even got a little round of applause from Naga, clapping the shot. Terrific. Naga unfazed. Yeah, watch this on the replay. And Naga's reaction. Yeah, well done, mate. Good shot.
Fair play.
Well, Coombs on the fight back.
Definitely starting to sound fired up now for it. It's a little hop in his step.
Yeah, and that's just the coaching staff. It's brilliant from Naga. He's so quick around the court, and when he uses it to his advantage like that, it's unplayable.
Coombs doing well, playing cross there, just to keep Naga on his backhand. And Coombs is fast enough to be able to come back and cover that, but I'm sure Coombs is really happy with his performance in this second game so far. He's only within 4 points now, giving himself a much better chance just to really go at Naga.
Well, 11-7 at the break. Naga's still looking comfortable out there. He's even trying a few things, being a bit experimental, and he can afford to do that because he's so quick. So Naga on serve as we restart.
Oh, fantastic backhand there from Coombs. Just managing to dig it out and play that cross court. You could see that Naga was looking for the straight.
Well, there's where he just takes over. And even with the final shot, he had options to play net, straight or cross. Coombs really has to do something special to cope under pressure.
Naga is really trying to keep Coombs in the rear two corners there. Knows that if Coombs is under pressure there, Naga probably feels like he can push up the court and apply even more pressure. Coombs just needs to find a way of managing that.
Well, he's going long on a couple of occasions, so Coombs is managing to force the errors. I see what you mean. He's not playing net all that much. He's just pushing off into the deep corners, isn't he, Naga?
Yeah.
Fighting back though, Coombs.
Coombs just keeping the shuttle in play for as long as he can. Naga making few unforced errors here. Coombs is now only within 1 point of Naga.
Well, that's what we want to see. Coombs head up, shoulders back. And he's starting to look more positive here.
And for the first time this match, Coombs has the lead, which is brilliant. And you can
Well,
see
there's
that.
Penny Coombs clapping away. Family all in the house here today for all of these England and GB athletes. She's a lovely lady too, isn't she, Penny Coombs?
She is. Both Coombs' parents and, well, all the team's parents are actually really lovely, but yeah, they are very sweet.
Wonderful shot from Coombs. He's taken the lead. There's his wife as well, back left with the glasses on and the stripy top, Alex May Coombs. Nice to give them all a mention on live TV. 14 all. And a great period, a great comeback so far for Kristen Coombs. Superb from the Englishman.
Great little net exchange from both of them there, but Coombs just managing to keep his composure and getting the lift off the net.
Well, there's a smile on the face. This is a confident looking Kristen Coombs. And he's forcing Naga into errors repeatedly.
Just looking at Naga's body language, he just seems a little bit deflated. He's not really being able to control himself right now, and it's not usual for him to have almost a lack of confidence in himself. Again, just that pressure from Naga in the rear corners for Coombs' court. And when Naga can get up like that, he's got so many options.
Tougher Coombs had to gamble there. 17 all goes to 18. Naga just keeping that lead.
Yeah, again, Naga chose to go back into that deep forehand rear court for Coombs. Pressed up the court, and got the opportunity to kill.
Well, this is fascinating now. Coombs just 1 point from level terms. And after that opening game, you did not expect for Coombs to be in this position. It's too much. He takes the shuttle so early, he can afford that, Naga. And he applies so much pressure to Kristen Coombs. And despite an awesome comeback, it's Krishna Naga at match point, championship point for the Four Nations title. Coombs has gone wide. What a shame after all that hard work. He nearly did it, Rachel.
Coombs can definitely hold his head up high after putting a solid performance into that second game there. Unfortunately, Naga is just so strong that Coombs struggled to find the answers.
It's been a great week for Coombs. Those performances went his way earlier in the week. He got the semi-final he wanted against Miles Krowski. He scraped through. Terrific performance from the American yesterday, but today Krishna Naga really showing his worth. The Paralympic champion does it one more time. It's another title to his name. That's 2 level 1s in a row. He's looking solid for that Paralympic slot in straight games in 25 minutes today. Krishna Naga 21-8, 21-18. Kristen Coombs with the silver medal. Rachel, it's been brilliant. Thank you so much for your insight. It's great to have an SH6 cover that class, and well done again on that silver medal today in the mixed doubles.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you again, I'm sure.
Take care.
Well, thank you for staying with us. Welcome back. We're at the Four Nations Para Badminton 2023. It's finals day here in England, in Sheffield. The EIS, the English Institute of Sport, our hosts here, Badminton England, doing a terrific job. We've got the men's doubles SL3, SL4 coming up. As you can see, they're making their way out to court. They're doing the coin toss right now. So these are players with impairment in one or both of their lower limbs, typically have poor walking and running balance. That's the SL3 official description. SL4 are very similar. They are less impaired, essentially, and typically SL4s only have impairment to the lower limbs, whereas some SL3s have impairment to the upper limb as well. So it's India versus India. Pramod Bhagat and Sukant Kadam playing Deep Ranjan Bisoi and Manoj Sakar. Teammates here. Pramod Bhagat in his third final of the day. I'm not sure how he got on in the mixed. I'll double check that in a moment. Came second to Daniel Bethel in the men's singles, the half court SL3, a couple of hours ago, and it's wonderful to see him back out on court. We've got Katie Hall back in the house, so to speak. Welcome back, Katie.
Thank you. Bet you didn't think you'd see me again today.
I'm so glad I have. So it's great to have you here. Katie, a BWF tutor in para badminton, former national head coach of the Scotland para badminton team as well, so a very experienced person to have here. 3-4 doubles. It's my event as well.
Yep.
I'm a SL4, if anyone doesn't know who I am and where I've come from, so a little bit of experience. I'm looking forward to this one. It was a surprise to have it thrown onto court one, so I'm really pleased as well. But all India, it's going to be tough. It might go the distance. I kind of expect that it will.
I expect it might. You know, it'll be such a good game of men's doubles. The skill and the level of play with the Indian players is. I mean, we saw Bhagat in his third final today, and you saw the level of skill that he has. His racket skills are brilliant, and his ability to cover the court, albeit him being an SL3, this will be a good game.
Yeah, I'm dead sure you're right. And we've got some experienced men's singles players out here as well. Sukant Kadam, the SL4, is at the top of the game in men's singles and terrific on a doubles court. Manoj Sakar, again, top 3 in the world consistently over many years. Great to see them playing in the men's doubles events, despite the fact that they're not Paralympic events. You'd expect these players to be focusing on the Paralympics, perhaps.
Yeah, but I think yes, it's not a Paralympic event yet. That's not to say it might not be in the future, but it's still an important part of our sport, and a world championship, men's doubles world championships, you know, and it's still extremely important part of our sport. And I'm glad that we still have the top level players competing in these events, albeit, like I say, it's not one in Paris, but it's still. We still need to give a good showcase, or else it never will be in the Paralympics.
For me, it's the best event to watch, and I'm saying that with total biasness, because
of course.
It's my event, and I love doubles. So, yeah, great to see them out here, and great to have the chance to commentate on them as well. We weren't expecting that today, so that's terrific.
This is the International. Next on, and second on to court number 4, men's doubles WH1 WH2 final.
So Manoj on serve from the far court with his partner Deep Basoi. Slight clash of kits there. It's difficult on the main camera. The darkish kind of blue shirts. But it's Pramod and Kiram on the near side. Pramod's the one who's just spun around at the net, who's been in those 3 finals earlier today. They've got some... I don't know if I can say this, but they've got a massive advantage, India, in that they are typically dominating from quarter-final stages in most events. 3 out of the 4 pairs yesterday in the semi-finals were Indian pairs, of course.
Yep.
Nitesh and Tarun, who could very easily be in this final and very easily have won the event. We're not down. The French are sticking to their guns and playing with your good friend Guillaume Galli.
Yes.
And Matthew Thomas as well. So good to see them in the semis yesterday as well. But they've got so much strength in depth is where I'm going with this.
Yeah,
India.
They do. The Indian team have got a lot of depth and a lot of really skilled players, and that's why we see them in these positions that they're, typically in the men's doubles. It's in SL3 singles as well. You see them in semi-finals, quarter-finals, and finals. I'm very impressed at Baggett though for 3 finals. I mean, he's got to be exhausted.
I'd say that, but he does it every event.
Yeah,
it's amazing. And he's often in finals, at least 2, and often 3, and I don't know how he does it. It's incredible.
Kind of harkens back to an earlier point we made about SL3 and just the fitness levels that these players need to have, and just for the singles, but to be playing all 3 events and at a quality level, he's got to be one of the fittest men on the tour.
Yeah, without doubt, probably the fittest. I can't think of anybody else that does that, and like you said, to this level, and getting to these finals, it's truly impressive.
Wide.
I'm not sure if you keep an eye on such things, but they where we've got our UK Championships once a year, and we have classified players, so that's narrowing the field slightly anyway, but classified players, we've got somewhere between 40 and 50 entrants in the UK Championships. They had 500 in their national championships.
10 times.
And that's, that explains perhaps why there's so much strength in depth. They've just got so many para-athletes. Yeah,
and the depth and the strength it's only going to support the players being better. That's why there's so many. That's why there's so much quality. If you've got one strong pair, but you don't have anyone to play against or train against, you're still going to be a strong pair. But these guys have, rapidly become one of the leading nations, the Indian team, because they have that depth.
Sukan Kadam there with a cross net. It was wide open.
Nice anticipation attack at the net. Typically in your kind of SL3, SL4 game, what we tend to see is that the SL3 player does quite a lot of work because the targets on them, arguably, they should be the weaker player on court because of their restrictions and some movement. But I feel sometimes, especially with these 2 pairs on court, it's, they move just as well, and they cover the court just as well. Yes, they don't need to cover a full court by themselves, but they still play like a regular men's doubles.
Yeah, that is typical. I think myself and my former doubles partner might also be an exception to that rule, because I was very privileged to play with Daniel Bethel, who you saw took the SL3 title earlier today. He did all the work, not only because they were pinning it on him, but because he's that good. And I was lucky enough to try and hold the net for him and let him smash down, so that was great. So the head-to-head between these 2 pairs is 2-2, evenly matched. The last meeting was the Canada Open just a couple of months back. 21-19 in the third to Manoj and Besoi. Prior to that, however, the semi-final in Bahrain earlier this year was straight games win for Pramod and Sukhant, 21-5, 21-16. So who knows what we can expect today? It really could go any way.
If I would probably bet that we're going to have a long game, I think.
Yeah, it's reasonably. This hall is known for it. It's always been quite slow, and so the attack maybe isn't getting through on the first attempts. The rallies will go on a bit more. And the players will have to be a bit more creative to try and find those openings as well.
Nice, well played. Good cross court slice into the forehand side, and then just jumping out, taking that advantage and smashing down the middle. And you're right, he's had to create that opportunity. He couldn't go straight into full out attack because, you know, he's not going to hit through these guys. He needs to be attacking from shorter lifts, or defence is too strong from both pairs.
Yeah, it really is. And Karam and Bhagat have got that lefty-righty combination as well, and that's always a bit tricky.
That's just wide, but it's great attack, great anticipation. Good serve, set forward, looked to brush the shuttle off and just missed the line.
Well, 11-10 at the break. Not really much to choose between these two at this stage. I think it's going to come down to the wire and get fascinating as it gets close in each of the games we'll see here. So 11-10, back to the action in game one, and a really even battle out here on court one.
Really quick around the net, taking advantage and putting Bhagat under pressure, and made the mistake.
Good flick serve, good variation.
Just that shot down the middle and having the lefty-righty combination can be such an advantage, but in those times when it is a flat shot in the middle, they need to, you know, have an understanding as who's to go for that, or else they are going to have confusion and make mistakes. Good flick, good serve.
Yeah, he's having a good week here this week, Sukhant Kanam. Then singles SL4 semi-finalist, lost out to Freddie Setioan in 3 yesterday, 21-16. Got off to a great start. Just couldn't quite close it out.
Oh, just denied by the tape there. Good idea though, pulling Bhagat into the front of the court, trying to open up spaces, getting a shorter lift potentially and being able to attack.
Targeting Bhagat, who was grounded for a moment. He's gone long, Manoj.
Yeah, good attack. Yeah, very good attack. Yeah, really good attack there. Just forcing that left with that nice soft shot in the middle, getting the opportunity for Sukant Kadam to hit that smash into the outside hip.
How comfortable he is in defence, Bhagat, just casually.
I think a word you used earlier was chill. He just looks so chill when he's defending. It's like nothing's going to phase him. He's got such good racket skills. Nice. Nice.
Just superb from Pramod Bhagat. He was under real pressure and he just chips the shuttle around into the open spaces.
And it's just coming back to his racket skills. You know, he's so good off the body. He's so good hitting. Shuttle comes at him at his body and you can just twist and turn the shuttle. He doesn't phase him. He's, yeah, very skillful player, as they all are. But I wouldn't want to be attacking against Bhagat, that's for sure. Just gone wide, trying to push Bhagat into that back corner, trying to get him to move onto his more impaired leg, putting him off balance. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Yeah, he's flowing right now. He's hit a purple patch. And everything is coming off the racket so well. 18-16.
Wasn't quite ready for that.
Good job too. It was a perfect serve. That would have caused some problems. Yeah, well played. Coming into their own here now, Sukant and Bhagat.
Talk about Bhagat's skills, but I think he just knows where to create opportunities for his partner. Like, he knows when to play that soft block because he knows they know their opponents so well, so he knows when to hit that soft shot to get the lift for Sukant to come up and attack. And I think he reads the game really well, and it's a big advantage for them. But just a quick flick of the wrist there, and he's got a beautiful cross-court lift.
Yeah, he's playing at a high level. Sukant just double checking with the umpire that the shot wasn't played from over the net. Oh, well, the service judge has stepped in here. There was a fault called and the shot was played from over the net, and the point goes to Sukant and Bhagat.
That's
so
it.
first game.
Yeah.
21-17 the score, and it was a very confident end. The last 5 or 6 points for Bhagat and Sukant were tremendous.
Yeah, they've really kind of run away with the last few points. It's 21-17, but can we see it here?
I think we might get a shot here of that final point where our service judge steps in.
Ooh, that's
tight, wasn't
tight.
it?
That
Maybe
might just be over, just the top of the racket head. Yeah, I think that's a good call. I think that's a good call. But the racket speed at the net goes so fast that to make those decisions, you know, this is why we've got professional umpires and service judges, because it's
a hard job. It's a thankless job, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, good work from them. And it was going that way anyway. I think if it had gone on a couple of points longer, I think the result would have been the same. So advantage to Bhagat and Kadam.
Oh, nice turn of the shuttle there. Again, just took it off the body, turned the shuttle with the backhand into that right hand front corner. Yeah, good smash. Well played.
It's amazing. I was keeping my eyes on Pramod Bhagat now, moving around the court. We see him do it so often on the half court. We saw it earlier against Dan Bethel, but to see him move sideways as well with that disability, I'm in awe about how well he plays. You know, the level he plays at with that disability. It's amazing. Casual in attack, just holding the attack and forcing an opening. It's all racket skills, isn't it?
Yeah, they're just the whole, you know, talking about the depth and the strength and the coaching team that the Indian team have. You know, they work a lot, you can see, on the skills and the technique, and you know, it's to be able to just make something great out of sometimes nothing. They're very good at that.
Yeah, good attack. He's got a big smash, Manoj Sarkar.
He's not used to that often in this game, though. The game's been very, you know, clears, drops, kind of soft pushes, trying to create a shorter left to attack. But we've not seen too much of that straight out attack from them.
Really using the four corners, but it's gone wide, yeah.
Really good play, though. Trying to just open up those gaps. He did a great job of doing that, and then just hit it just slightly wide.
Good defence.
Oh, good read. Good read. Just didn't come off, but
he was in early, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's hardly hit the shot, and he's in the net, just waiting for it, and just overbrushed it and put it in the net. But it was a really good read and really good movement there from Bhagat.
And he's in the right place again. The anticipation's there, just lacking the end product.
Yeah, really good early net and attacking at the net. We've seen that a lot actually from both pairs, is just coming in nice and quick at net, racket nice and high, ping, it's on the floor.
Yeah, and the service judge, no complaints this time. Manoj knocked off the net kill perfectly legally, and they're back in front. Oh, momentarily miss serve, back to 6-all. Well, it looked like the perfect serve, but we're sat quite far back here. Umpire overruled and called it short.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
Brilliant. That drop shot from Plamov was something special, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's such a weapon for him because he's so deceptive, and he just really soft drop, soft cut, and it pulls the opponents in, and that's when you get that weaker shot of the net. And like I said, all four players are so sharp at the net. There it is again.
Going for the rally end, but good defence from Basoi. It's just too much. Don't quite have the consistency in the rear court when they're on the when they're off balance. These two.
They did really well to stay in that rally though. Defensively, Baggett was hitting quite hard at them. Sakar was on the floor at one point, and just unfortunate that it ended in an overhead error. Yeah, there's the net skills again.
Clever.
So good.
And Sukant's layoff was just wide enough, so they couldn't attack it.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, just long. Mid-game interval in the second. And we're continuing where we left off in the first, really. There's just moments of excellence from Sukant and Bagat. And they're so clever. They seem to hit hard when you expect soft. And when you expect soft, they've got the ability to hit hard. It's just unplayable sometimes.
And it just comes down to the level of deception and racket skills, really. It's that last minute when they hit, like you say, you're not quite expecting what's it going to be, and then that quick change of the grip, that quick, softer touch is just a game changer, because your opponents are a step back. They're thinking it's going to be a hard shot, and you're playing these, especially from Bagat, I think has got some great racket skills, and it's really putting them, it's the reason why they're ahead this game.
Well, there's Tarun, bottom left. He was in the semis yesterday of the men's doubles, and one of the leading men's singles players as well. Former world champion. I think he was world champion twice in men's singles, SL4.
Well, that was tight. I think it was the right call, but unlucky on that return of serve. Good defence, but not quite flat enough or long enough, and Sakar's come in and played a really nice attacking shot down the left hand side of Kadam.
Yeah, just fell back, didn't it?
Yeah, good return to serve. A little bit of a loose serve from Bagat there, and Sakar really took the advantage of it and got the weak third shot, allowing them to attack. Just short. Oh, good attack. Yeah, paid off. Really good attack there from Busoyi.
Yeah, they've worked that well the last couple of points. Choosing when to go power, when to go wide.
And what they're varying the attack, which is really, because they're going to go one side of Kadam, then the other, and then they're going to put it more into the middle to try and get a bit of confusion. So they're trying to vary the attack more, which we've not seen too much of, and it's working out for them.
Wow.
Tried to read it. He came in thinking, I know this is going to be a drop shot, but I don't think he's expecting that cross slice.
He was really on the back foot and off balance. Pramod finds that winner. Serve just stays out wide. Pramod just calmly dictating a bit of luck off the net. Yeah. Cheeky drop shot from Pramod Bhagat.
Oh, really fast attack there on that third shot. He was right on it, Bhagat, and just Sarkar just didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, Sarkar made his own luck there. Just going into the body with the flat stuff at Sukant. He's loving that cross drop shot. It's not often the right choice in men's doubles, but it's so deceptive that they're never early on the shuttle.
Yeah, and when it's as good as how he's getting a really good angle on it, which is key. If you can get a good angle on like a fast or slow drop, and you're pulling your opponent in, and that's why, you know, these net shots are going high, they're getting short lifts, he's creating opportunities. See, the angle is just so steep. And I would not want to be playing any of these players at the net. For sure, their net play is too good. So when you've got a really nice soft angled or fast drop shot, and then you've got a high shot return at the net, it's going to go on the floor.
Yeah, tough to compete with. 19-15. Crucial for Manoj and Deep to take this rally, keep their dreams alive.
Yeah, good attack there. Bhagat just getting ready to kill the shuttle off, and they got some good defence in there from Busoyi and Sarkar, but just not enough to get it past Bhagat at the net there.
It's not, and it's a well-earned championship point here for Sukant Kadam and Pramod Bhagat. They've got 4 in hand and down to 3.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it great to see the shot we've been talking about all match become the winner?
I think it's the right thing for that to happen, for that to be the winning shot. He's used it so well to create opportunities for himself and Kadam to just take the attack on the net, and he really has such talent on those shots, and it was a game changer in that game, I think.
Well, a word today for Pramod Bhagat with Sukant Kadam, champions here at the Four Nations Para Badminton International 2023. He lost the mixed first thing this morning. He lost to Dan Bethel in the men's singles. I think it's only right that they picked up the doubles.
Yeah. And in such such still. It was a very, very good game. Both Indian pairs played really well, and as we expected. Wasn't quite the marathon I thought it was going to be, but at the same time, great rallies, some really good tactical play from both, and at the end of the day, they just didn't have enough to answer back to Baguette's overhead. Yeah,
some moments of magic. It's almost quick as a flash, some of those rallies. It's hard to appreciate at such speed, but they're so good. And it's today belongs to Pramal Bhagat and Sukant Kadam, coming through in straight games over Busoy and Sarkar, 21-17, 21-17, just over half an hour. We've got one match left for you. We've got the women's singles SH6 in a few moments' time. Stay tuned for that one. So thanks for staying with us here. Finals day in Sheffield, the Four Nations Para Badminton International in England 2023. We've got one match left for you on court number 1. It's the women's singles in the SH6 sport class from Indonesia, Rina Marlina, and she's taking on the Indian Nithi Sri Sumathi Sivan. So the head-to-head between these two, 5-0 to Rina Marlina on a women's singles court. They've met, of course, in other disciplines as well, but in singles, it's Rina Marlina with the advantage. And the last time they met was the semi-final in Canada a couple of months back, 21-18 in the third, and Sivan getting ever closer to Rina Marlina, who's crouched down at her kit box. Almost in prayer, it looked like. Not sure she'll need the prayers today. She's been phenomenal all week.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this game, and I think I mentioned it earlier when we had the SL3 women's singles. The women's game has come on so much. It's made, in the last few years, leaps and bounds, and I'm really, really excited to watch this match. I think it'll be a really good one.
So women's singles SH6 describes players that are short in stature due to a genetic condition, often referred to as congenital dwarfism, but it's a bit loose, that terminology these days. We've seen players that, particularly in the men's singles classes, the guys at the top of the game, Krishna Naga, I'm not sure his disability is actually congenital dwarfism.
Yeah, well, we obviously, again, it's, with the classifiers have got a job to do, and in terms of the regulations, there has to be some form of disability there to participate, and that's why we have a classification system, and why it's regularly, we have a team of international classifiers who are extremely experienced, and it's the game's changing, but it's I think there's still a good spread of competitiveness across SH6.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love the fact that you've got different styles and different attributes and different physicalities, and in today's final, it ought to be quite an even battle.
Yeah, and we saw earlier with Rina's technical skills and her ability to kind of change up the pace in the shuttle and the mixed doubles is, she can hit some really impressive shots, and it's I think both players will be able to create some good opportunities.
Well, it's world ranked number 1, Rina Marlina, ranked number 1 in both mixed doubles and women's singles. Took the Canadian title most recently. Semi-final in Thailand was perhaps her worst performance over the last 18 months. Undefeated otherwise on a women's singles court, Rina Marlina.
Couple of errors from Rina at the start of this game here, and a little bit unlike her, but Savan's really creating opportunities, pushing her around the court, making her make those mistakes,
It's a great drop shot from Rina. She's gone wide again. Oh, it was drifting back in. It stayed wide, but there's a touch, a small drift. That just held that shuttle up for a second. Sivan, the world number 2. So it's a pretty common battle in finals between these two.
Yeah, nice cross court smash there from Savan.
Terrific pickup from Rina. Deceptively athletic. She's leaking a few mistakes though.
Yeah, I think it's unlike, especially this sort of early in the game, it's unlike her to be making kind of early errors like that.
That's terrific. Bringing her opponent in and then going over the top.
Yeah, good wide attack there from Rina. Savan played up into forehand side, just went a little bit wider, just within reach of Savan, but she couldn't do much with it, making the error. Oh, that's unlucky. Some really smart badminton there. She's trying to get Savan to twist and turn and get her off balance so that she can open up those opportunities to attack down the line. And is just missing, making a few errors that, maybe normally she wouldn't make. Yeah, great shot. Great cross drop.
Yeah, the left-hander, deceptive. That was almost Pramod Bhagat-like, wasn't it? Brilliant shot.
Yeah. He's maybe been teaching her.
Well, Sivan was a bit undecided, decided to take no chances.
Yeah, great play from Savan. Really moving the shuttle about. Bit of hesitation on that first clearing her on her forehand side, but I bet she's glad she hit it. She'd left it, might have been in, and we wouldn't be at 11.
So 11-5, 6 points the gap. And the surprising scoreline with Sivan in charge of this match at the moment. Early stages though.
Yeah, and I think if Rina can just calm down on the errors a little bit. She's had a few unforced errors, and that's really where the difference is here. She's not allowing herself to get into the rallies and play the shots that we know she can play, because she's making some early errors. If she can bring the margins in a little bit and start moving Sivan like she did really well in a few points in that first half, and getting her turning and open up those opportunities for the wide attack, then she'll get back into this game. Yeah, nice. Bit of a brave shot, being a bit off balance on the round ahead, but it paid off for her.
And Rina Marlina in 2 events, I mean, that must have to play some part of energy levels and physicality today. She was pushed earlier, particularly in the first game, by Shepherd and Chung of England.
Yeah, it has to. No, you got to remember it's been four days of competition as well, so you get to these final stages, and if you're playing two events, it is going to take its toll physically and mentally, but these athletes are so well trained to deal with those pressures.
Sivan with a chance there, just a bit slower with the racket than she'd like.
A lot of attacking play, and what we've not seen too much of in this game is the net really being used. We've seen a lot of twisting and turning in the mid-court, overhead, some really great smash down the line there from Sivan, some good wide attack. We've not seen the net being used too much, and I wonder if that's a fear from both players of the opponent taking the net shot early and just putting it up over their head, put them under pressure.
Well, Rina with a reply of her own. Reverse slice straight, all the pace off the shuttle. But yeah, you're absolutely right, we haven't seen much of that. It's all been played from service line back, hasn't it?
It's been very attacking, which is great, but no real net play yet. Oh, unlucky. A nice cross-court slice there, just going wide. Yeah, we saw it there. That's the danger. Sivan under a little bit of pressure from a really nice straight drop shot from Rina. She's played on the net. Rina's come forward, flicked it over her head, and she's struggling.
Terrific racket skills, and when she can take the shot that early, she's doing so well, isn't she?
Yeah.
The semi-finals yesterday were great as well. Sivan, who took out Juliana Flores, who's been at the top of the game as well consistently since, 2018, 2019, taking that World Championship title. And Marlina comfortably beating Rachel Chung. These two in fine form, and at a crucial time in the calendar as well, as we look towards the Paris rankings.
Yeah, no, they're both in really good positions going forward for Paris next year.
That backhand, such a weapon. I mean, yes, she was in a defensive position there, but she can just get herself out of trouble.
Yep. And I think sometimes it's, depending on what position you're in, a backhand is better. You're taught as a junior, go around the head, it's more effective. But in this class and in some classes, actually having a really good backhand is better than trying to go around the head, because you're going to put yourself off balance and open the court up so wide. Your opponent can take advantage of that.
It's a nice shot. Rina Marlina looking pumped up again as she turns to the coaching staff with that fist pump. 17-16.
Oh, that's unlucky.
And how great is it, Katie, as well, to see the level of SH6 women's singles get to this? I mean, these two have got terrific racket skills. They time the shot so well, footwork's great, and they've got shots from everywhere. It's brilliant.
Yeah, no, it's really good to have the women's game up to this standard and this level, and to be watching some just really good badminton, and it's the reason why they're in Paris next year. You know, the level of players is increasing, but the number of players also increasing, and we're seeing just a high standard at these tournaments. Oh, great shot.
Well, she's got an array of attacking shots, and she can go straight or cross from those positions too. It's difficult to play against.
And making way less errors this half the game. And now she was down 11-5 and is now up 20-17. And a lot of that's just due to the error. She's no longer hitting so wide. She's hitting these incredible shots and keeping them in the court.
Well, it's game point. Rina Marlina in this SH6 women's singles final, and with that smash wide from Sivan, the Indonesian takes the opening game, and she was behind for most of it, all the way until I think it was 17 all.
Yeah,
terrific.
Really turned it around that second half. Came back out, like I said, made way less errors than she did the first half, and that made a difference. She stayed in the rallies. She moved Savannah about. She's got some really good overhead weapon. Those smashes down the line, both cross and straight, and really nice slice on that round the head corner as well. And it's Savannah's. She tried at the end there to try and read it a bit more. She put Rina a bit under pressure on her round the head corner, and she tried to read that cross court and just made an error. But yeah, very, very high level women's singles.
Yeah, that's great to see. And great to see them come over to the UK to continue their tour of the BWF Para calendar. Level 1 points. It's an important tournament here. And it's tough now for Sumathi Sivan, who's never beaten Rina Marlina. Sixth time of asking, and she's come close a few times. And she's capable of doing it, I think. She's just going to be at her best and try and squeeze errors out of the Indonesian.
Yeah, and we've seen it in a few of their previous meetings. She's not wiping the floor with Savannah. They're close games, a couple of 3-setters as well. So she's very capable, Savannah, of coming into this second set and getting Rina moving and not giving her the opportunity to attack. And when she does attack, just trying to take the pace off the shuttle, bring her in, push the shuttle behind Rina's head and try and put her in a little bit more trouble. Force the errors again.
Well, just a bit slow at the blocks. I wonder whether she went for a nap after that mixed final. Certainly had some rest and some lunch. 2 games in a day, 2 matches in a day. You've got to look after yourself. Might explain the slow start she had at the beginning.
Yeah, and having 2 finals as well. She obviously was the very first match on today and the very last match. So she's had quite a bit of time between the two. So sometimes you want your matches to be a little bit closer, just because you don't have a full cool down, and then you have to warm back up again and get yourself back into the zone. So maybe she would have liked an earlier final for this singles, but good that she could get a proper rest between both of them.
And she's good, isn't she? Just anything a bit loose and she'll find space really caused some damage. And Sumathi Sivan now under some real pressure. It might be early on, and it might be close. But Rina, when she's on, she's difficult to play against.
Yeah, good attack. Down onto Sivan's backhand side. Not quite the angle, but just how flat it was, getting it in behind her. Just means it's a little bit trickier for Sivan to get anything off that, really. Yeah, she's just indicating to her coaches there maybe she should have played another clear into Sivan's backhand before going for that cross. She was a little bit off balance.
Well, that's terrific. And the intensity stepped up.
Oh, that's unlucky. Sivan's just trying to change it up a little bit and maybe try and open up the court and stop giving Rina so many shots in the sort of mid and rear court where she can take the advantage of her attack.
Trying something a bit skillful there, Sivan. Didn't come off this time, but the intent was there. And Marlena pulling away on the scoreboard.
Yeah,
she's found the line.
Yeah, trying something a little bit different there, playing on the net. We spoke earlier about how they haven't played too much in the net, and that's a great example of probably why Sivan doesn't want to play in the net, because she knows that Rina's skills and racket skills, she can take stuff from the net and, you know, put it up over her head and put her into trouble.
That's a great net shot.
Marlena's really running away with this second set and has been very true to her style of game, playing very, very attacking. Sivan is not really coming up with too many answers at the moment, and the difference between the first set and the first half of the first set was Marlena's cut those errors out, and she's hitting the lines, getting the punch clears in behind Sivan and really putting her under pressure, and Sivan's struggling just now to find an answer.
Yeah, you can see she's deep in thought and just listening to the coaching advice. 11-4 the deficit for Sivan and a game behind. So it's going to take something pretty special here for Sumathi Sivan to come back. Confident looking Rina Marlena.
Yeah, lovely cross-court slice there, and again just coming straight out into the second set, being really aggressive, really attacking, fast pace, and Sivan's struggling a little bit with that.
That's where Rina's so good. It's that neutralising shot when she's under some pressure. She just finds some quality and straight out of trouble. And she perhaps does that better than anybody else in the world. And that was going left. Rina keeps it alive.
Pick up. Yeah, good pick up there from Rina, but it's just so off balance, and Sivan just had to do exactly what she did there and put it back up over her head into the rear court.
Punch clear down and deep into the backhand corner. Sivan round the head, couldn't cope. And that shot quality again I mentioned. And audibly you can hear Rina Marlina getting more confident. And the pressure really on Sumaki Sivan.
Yeah, she's getting to that kind of, last few points, trying to do something a little bit different, try to hit the shot, trying to get that slice in, and it's not working. She's trying to change up too quick, I think. Lovely cross-court slice.
Yeah, that was a wonderful shot. Marlina just being slowed down by the umpire. Look at that position. Where was she standing when she pushed Sivan into that round the head corner again? She was pretty much in front of service line.
Yeah, and she again really reads the game well and sees that Sivan's not got the strongest of backhands when she's put right under pressure, so she can do that. She can play that left into her backhand side, and she can anticipate, she can step forward, she can take that chance and take the shuttle early because she knows that that's the shot that's going to come. Yeah, nice.
That
nice
is beautiful.
Net shot. There, did it again, pushed her right into her backhand side, knows that she can't do too much with it, steps right forward, takes the shuttle super early and is just on the attack.
Yeah, she's just holding that net, isn't she? And Sivan's got to get stronger, I think. Getting out of trouble, getting the shuttle into the deep corners. Otherwise it's just too easy for Marlina.
Yeah, lovely straight drop there. And this, I think, is what she's tried to do a few times, just change it up a little bit and play some more drop shots and bring Marlina in, but they've just not come off yet, and that was a really good one there.
Well, there again, Sivan goes cross this time. Nothing wrong with the quality, but the anticipation from Marlina was perfect. And she's earned herself championship point. She's got 12 in the bag. First time of asking for Rina Marlina, world number one. Continues her dominance of the SH6 class from a female perspective. Brilliant.
Yeah, no, she's really dominating, and this is a prime example of why, because she can get out of trouble where Savannah's a very good player and has got really good potential, but she doesn't have those out of trouble shots yet that Marlina has, and she can be a bit off balance and still manage to hit a good backhand or a good round the head clear just to give herself a bit of time. And Sivan, that second set really was Marlina stepping forward and pushing into her backhand because she doesn't quite have the strength yet to get the shuttle past Marlina, but really well played to her to continually get into finals, being in the top two in the world. It sets them both in really good stead for Paris.
She's getting closer. She's got more work to do, but 24 minutes it took Rina Marlina, a double champion here, mixed doubles, and now the women's singles title here as well. Straight games win, 21-17, 21-8. Tremendous from the Indonesian. So we've been privileged to see 7 finals in total here on court number 1, the standing court. And, well, what a way to finish for the women's singles. I had Katie Hall with me here all day. A final word, Katie, about just the event and where the sport is right now.
Yeah, I think the event this week has been really, really impressive and incredible, and for Badminton England and Sheffield City Council, that was tricky to say, the National Lottery, UK Sport, BWF, everyone is put a lot into this event to make it what it is, and you see the quality, and the players I've spoken to have really loved playing here, and the volunteers have been great, the staff have been great, and yeah, some really quality matches today. I've really enjoyed being here and being able to watch them and comment on them, and yeah, it's been a really good day, and the quality is just, para badminton's just soaring, a really exciting time.
Well, it's been really, really tremendous to have you with us, so thank you so much for that. There's still matches going on our wheelchair court, the coverage of that to catch the last two of those. There's women's doubles just making their way out onto court. There's a mixed doubles final, wheelchair 1, wheelchair 2 as well to follow that. Stay tuned as well for, hopefully we'll see the medals ceremony a little bit later when the wheelchair matches wrap up. So yeah, hang around for that. Move on to our wheelchair court. Stay with us for the end of the day, especially to see our home nations, our Brits, pick up their medals as well. So I'm Bobby Griffin, and from me and Katie Hall, we'll be back shortly.